There we go. With that, should be live here on Twitch, live on YouTube. How am I? Whew. It has been a busy little bit of time. So, yeah, I just like, I don't know. It's been a busy little bit of time. I have wanted to get back to playing and doing shiny hunting with y'all for quite a while, and just haven't really managed to find the motivation as well to sit down and shiny hunt with you all. But today I'm really feeling like, I don't know, I'm just feeling like we're gonna have a good day sitting down. We can chat. A lot has happened in like the last million years. So give me 1 second here. Yeah, go ahead, like ask me some questions about what's going on. I'm sure that you've all seen differing stories around what's going kind of happened in the last month and a half. I know I haven't really been live in that time, so I'm just gonna try here to get this one game. What's this? Okay, add to group. And this one's going to be, this one is very bright. Fix that. Oops, no. You don't want to add a filter to that. I want to add a filter to this group. Yeah, but I mean, just off the top of my head here, I've gone to, since I was kind of last live to really sit down and play with y'all, we have been, I've been to Korea. I have been banned from the Pokemon Professor program. I have kind of had like little stupid controversies on dumb things. I don't know. I mean, it's been quite a month and a half here. Why the ban? Yeah, so I guess we can table that one. That one's a big conversation to dive into. But the gist is Professor Rex is no longer an officially certified Pokemon professor, and I mean, it's kind of exactly what I was expecting to happen in the long run. It's unfortunate, but we can definitely dive into that one. Radio's just saying like they haven't had the motivation, hadn't find time to shiny hunt. Yeah, so for me, I think it's just a mix of both. It's finding the time, and then on top of that, finding a period of time where I have the time and the motivation to get down and shiny hunt with y'all. But today I'm feeling pretty good. Today I went for a run this morning, took the dog out. Everybody is doing pretty good over here, so I think we're gonna have some fun. But I don't know how many of you heard about the quote-unquote controversy surrounding the Pokemon Go Orlando regionals. I don't know, show of hands in chat. How many of you have heard about this, seen something about it? Or like, I guess, you know, a thumbs down if like you don't know anything about what's going on. Because I haven't really had the chance to talk about it. The last time I was streaming, we really didn't touch on the conversation because we were really focused on doing the whole judging for the Grand Champions Festival, so know nothing about it. So, pretty well, here is what happened. We're going to give a very high-level overview, and then we can dive in if you guys have questions about what exactly happened. But during the grand finals of the Orlando Regional Championships in Pokemon Go, Nighttime Clasher went head-to-head against Firestar. And Firestar came in from the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket means that Firestar had kind of gone undefeated throughout the tournament. Sorry, Nighttime Clasher had gone undefeated throughout the tournament, so he came in from the winner's bracket. And then Nighttime Clasher came in from the loser's bracket, meaning that he had lost one of his rounds earlier in the tournament. The way that Pokemon Go sets up the tournaments is once you've lost 2 matches, you're out. So if you come in from the loser's bracket side of things, you need to win 2 best of 5 matches back to back in order to be the victor. Nighttime Clasher is somebody who's a friend of the channel. I've known him since his very first Pokemon Go regional tournament. Firestar is somebody that I actually haven't met. I don't know them personally. I've never met them in person. But Nighttime Clasher has a long record of being a dominating force in the Pokemon Go competitive scene. He is a very, very good player, and he has been for a very long time. So he's been on stream, and he's been in finals multiple times. For Firestar, making it to the finals was a really big deal. This was, he had done over 10 tournaments. This was the first time he had made it into this position, that being the grand final. So he was stressed out. Even after his interview before the stream, he was just feeling really anxious. So when he came to sit down for the match, allegedly, now, you know, I can't prove any of this. I can only go off of the information that was shared with me between the players and the judges that I've spoken to. So allegedly, Firestar sits down, he talks to the judges, he says, "Hey guys, just so you know, like, I'm really nervous. I have a lot of anxiety about sitting up here for these finals. If I win my first match, that first best of 5, would it be possible for me to take like a few minutes to just like reset, cool off my emotions?" And the judges look over to them and they say, "You know, it's the sort of thing that's been done for other players in the past. There's a chance that we could be able to do that for you." So Firestar manages to win his first best of 3. Despite the anxiety, despite, you know, coming in from a disadvantageous position, being the person coming in from the loser's bracket, he manages to win his first match. Now, when he asks the judges if he's able to take that break in between match 1 and match 2, they immediately shut it down. They say, "No, we cannot, no, get right, next match, go, next match." So Firestar, now with like more and more and more anxiety building up, being on stage in front of thousands of people, immediately has his request shut down. He is not allowed to take a 1 or 2 minute break between these 2 best of 5 rounds. And then during game 1 of the second best of 5, Firestar gets an attack that sneaks through. It's not what he wants. His opponent, Nighttime Clasher, enters into an advantageous position in game 1 of match 2. And Firestar, he leans back in his chair, snaps his finger, and double taps the table in a very, like, the best way I can explain it being a swiper no swiping, you know, kind of motion, like, "Oh man," double taps the table. And then his opponent goes on to win that game. So the question has to be, would Firestar, leaning back in his chair, snapping his fingers and tapping the table, have caused his opponent some sort of game to be in some sort of game breaking situation? Keep in mind, his opponent still won that game. Now, as a judge myself, oftentimes we need to use our own personal judgment on making calls. From the way that I looked at everything, I don't think that Firestar's reaction was, unsportsmanlike. I don't think that it negatively affected the game state. And I definitely don't think that it was an attack on being disrespectful to the game or to his opponent. However, the assistant head judge and the head judge sitting at the table felt differently. So in Pokemon, there are 3 levels of penalty, or 4 levels of penalties, I guess I should say. There are cautions, warnings, penalties, and then disqualifications. A disqualification really being a very high level penalty. So a caution is when a judge informs a player, hey, I'm going to issue you a caution here. I just want to let you know, you shouldn't do that again, right? And a caution is the very first level of the warning system, or the penalty system for competitive Pokemon. Realistically, in my opinion, if the judges at the table thought that that action was inappropriate, since it had no impact on the game state, it should have been issued as nothing more than a caution. Just, hey, Firestar, keep your emotions to yourself or whatever. But instead, this player, who has already expressed the fact that he is extremely anxious being up on stage, is issued a warning. Now, a warning is one step above a caution, and a warning is officially reported to Play Pokemon. Generally requires a full explanation of what the next escalation is going to be in the event that that action or behavior is repeated. So, the judges tell Firestar they are issuing him a warning for... Now, this is uncertain because neither of the players really seem to have fully understood exactly what the warning was for at the time, either unsportsmanlike conduct or disrupting the game state. In my opinion, this should have been nothing more than a caution. However, both judges at the table decided that this, oh man, in a tap of the table was deserving of a warning. Now, in TCG, the next step above a warning is a penalty, but you start with very low-level penalties, things like a prize penalty. So in Pokemon TCG, if you've played TCG Pocket, you know that once you get your 3 points, you win the game. In the full TCG, once you take your 6 prizes, you win that game. So the first penalty above a warning in TCG is generally a double prize penalty, or a DPL, double prize loss. However, Pokemon Go doesn't have anything like that. The next penalty above a warning is a game loss. Pokemon Go doesn't have anything to issue other than that. If you've issued a warning, the next step is always a game loss. So, we get to the final game. We are in Game 5 of our second best of 5 at the Orlando Regionals. Firestar manages to catch his opponent in a position that almost entirely guarantees Firestar is going to take the victory. He leans back in his chair, pumps his fist twice, and then goes back to playing. But in that moment where he leans back and pumps his fist, for a very brief moment, the USB cable connected to his phone experiences some sort of glitch, and the video feed to the stream cuts out for no more than a second. And this disruption to the game experience, this disruption to quote-unquote the game state, which was already sealed, his opponent didn't even notice that there was this disruption, is deemed as requiring a escalation past just the warning that was given earlier. So because Firestar leans back in his chair and pumps his fist, the brief moment where the cable experiences an issue is enough for him to be issued a full game loss. That game loss brings Firestar not from being first place to second place, taking away his entire victory of the tournament. At this time, Firestar is kind of like told to sign the match slip. He signs the match slip, and then the judges just like have him go sit in a corner by himself for a couple of hours or whatever. I don't know, not some indeterminate amount of time. He sits alone. They skip the award ceremony for the regionals. Allegedly, the judges tell his opponent, Nighttime Clasher, that there is nothing he can do in order to kind of overcome this situation that they've both been put in. Now, I understand, like, okay, controller disconnects in Melee are a thing. I think that people could have also probably been able to like reference VGC for like removing your Switch from the dock. But there's like one major difference here, and that is with like a controller for Melee, the controller connection to the port is all the way over at the console. So moving your controller is extremely unlikely to disconnect your controller from the port because you have slack on the controller cable. However, with the phones, the connection is made directly where your hand is sitting. So I don't know if any of you use like Apple CarPlay, but for my car, when I am outputting video through Apple CarPlay, sometimes like the most minor movement of my phone can cause Apple CarPlay to like disconnect and then reconnect. Melee players call it a Mario Kart disconnect if you manage to yank a cable out of the port. Now, I don't want to sit here and like argue about whether or not Firestar disconnected the phone. I think what is entirely worth discussing is the fact that, like, in a game where you have to hold your phone and be rapidly tapping it, the fact that moving your phone is enough to cause the video feed to disconnect and for you to be penalized for that is absolutely absurd. Why are we penalizing players for like the absolute like mess that is the stream setups? Like, the stream setup having a technical error should not be thrown entirely onto a player to the point that they lose the entire match, right? So regardless, Firestar is issued a game loss. He does not receive his first place title, and his opponent is pretty much shoehorned into the position where there's nothing they can do. They're not allowed to like choose to like excuse themselves. They can't surrender from the tournament. What is it called? Scratch themselves from the tournament. They're pretty much told there's nothing they can do. Judges have told me that like they're like, well, you haven't heard the whole story. You haven't heard what he tried to do. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, he tried to do something. He didn't agree with it. The community doesn't agree with the ruling. Forfeit, sure. Yeah, I get it. Like that's fair. That is the state in like a lot of games. You can't just like forfeit if you don't agree with like a judge or a ref's ruling or whatever. But I don't think that the warning being issued nor the game loss penalty were issued with like the integrity of the game in mind, nor like the what's the word for it? Like the spirit of the game wasn't taken into account while those rulings were being made. And since it was the head judge that issued the ruling, there was, or at least Firestar was told, there was nobody that he was able to appeal to. As soon as that ruling was made, There was nobody that Firestar could talk to have that ruling overturned. His hands were just tied. He sat there. After some amount of time, they gave him his second place trophy, and then that was that. So, a little bit of time passes, and Play Pokemon is getting a huge amount of flack. Like, a huge amount of flack for this ruling and this decision. People are extremely frustrated and upset with just, like, the fact that the rules aren't clear enough for anybody to really understand this ruling. And Play Pokemon comes out with a statement theoretically explaining why the ruling had to be made. They explained, you know, like, Firestar had already been warned earlier during the match to keep his emotions under control, to keep his actions under control. And then Play Pokemon has the audacity to say, to be clear, we don't want to punish players who show emotion. We want to, like, encourage emotional responses and genuine reactions during our gameplay, which is, like, obviously not what is reflected by the situation that everybody is in after this game loss has been issued. Like, nobody is sitting back and looking at this being like, wow, I really think that if I'm on stream, I'm going to pump my fists and get excited. Everybody's thinking like, wow, I really just got to, like, be a freaking statue on stage so that I don't get in trouble. You've been trying to shiny hunt in Mew and Emerald on and off for almost a year. You've been hatching 3 eggs at a time in your party, and you have 5 boxes of Eevee. What do those two things have in common, Mark? How is shiny hunting a Mew and hatching eggs? Are you... Oh, that's kind of a cool idea. I guess what you're saying is that, like, you have eggs in your inventory while you're doing the Mew hunt because you need to do runaways anyways. 2 birds with 1 stone. Kind of makes sense. Showing emotion has a high chance of interrupting the video feed, specifically in Go. And apparently, interrupting the video feed is a offense that is able to lose you matches. So we have 16 leaf greens and 17 fire reds is our ratio here. Yeah, so I do not agree with this. I don't know how many of you might have seen my interview with Hungrybox, but I talked about it during that interview. When I was a competitive swimmer, during, like, my final year of swimming, I trained extremely hard for the 200 breaststroke. Some of you might know this story already from, like, me talking about it years in the past, but I practiced my ass off for this race. Everybody else would have been practicing front crawl, and I was just doing breaststroke, 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 breaststroke. And at the Ontario Provincial Championships, I set a personal best by a huge margin. All of that work for, like, the months leading up to that event had paid off. I took off 5 seconds for my personal best time. So I went a 2:24:30. So 2 minutes, 24 seconds for 200, the 200 meter breast. That was a huge amount of time off of my personal best, but there's, like, very specific rules about how you have to start a race for competitive swimming. The person starting the event will have everybody, they'll blow a whistle, everybody gets up on the block, you kind of get yourselves into position. Then they will say, take your mark. After that time, once you stop moving, you're not allowed to start moving again until the buzzer goes off. So they said, take your mark. I got down, mildly adjusted my foot, and then when the buzzer went to go, I went. But that mild adjustment of my foot got me disqualified from that race. And then I never had the opportunity to actually do that race ever again at that level that I was at because of the way that competitive swimming sets up their seasons. So there's a short course with the 25-meter pool and a long course with a 50-meter pool. And I never had the chance to swim the 200 breast at an elite level event in a 25-meter pool again. So for me, the thing that I had kind of been training for 10 years was taken from me, and I never had the opportunity to go back and try again to reclaim that time or re-qualify for the nationals, which my time would have gotten me to. So for me, like, part of this, watching this victory get taken from Firestar, was like something that really reminded me of like a deeply personal experience that I've probably never been able to fully reconcile with. And that is just having like your goal and your dream so close, you know, just within the within like a finger's touch away. Your dream coming true is right there, and then it just being pulled from you by like a minor rule that had nothing to do with your actual performance. At the end of the day, like, there's rules for a reason, and that rule is like very clearly defined. One of the big differences here is that the rules for competitive Pokemon are far more subjective than once you stop moving on the block, you cannot start moving again. So subjective rules were used as a basis for stripping Firestar of his Orlando Pokemon Go title. And then Pokemon has the audacity to go up and, like, quote unquote, clear the air about everything. Now, this doesn't sit well with me whatsoever. So I went into the Pokemon Professor Discord and I asked, I was like, hey guys, like, as a judge myself, how am I ever supposed to follow the precedent that has been set by this very public ruling if nobody really understands exactly why the ruling was made, right? And people hit me with the standard, like, oh, if you don't understand the ruling, submit a support ticket. Whereas, like, my support ticket when this event, or when this issue originally happened, was just like open and closed. So, because everybody submitted support tickets about this, right? Nobody really got answers from their support tickets. Theoretically, our answers came from this official statement from Play Pokemon that didn't really explain anything. As to, they explain when the warnings and game losses were issued, but they don't really explain why the rules needed to be so harshly enforced for that player and not for others historically. So I went into the professor's Discord and I asked, and I was told by the head judge, they said in the Discord, as the head judge who issued this decision, there are factors that went into this ruling that will not be made public. So everybody is now touting Play Pokemon. Wow, thank you for the transparency on this ruling. You know, like, blah, 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 blah. Like, you can go and look at the quote tweets of their official statement, and you will see people saying transparency, transparency, transparency. But there's no transparency. Because as a judge looking through the rulebook, I can't understand why the first warning wasn't a caution. I can't really understand why the warning was fully required in the grand scheme of things anyways, based off of the historical precedent of people celebrating their victories on stage. So I made a tweet about it. And then, and the other thing is, as a Pokemon professor, you are not allowed to publicly comment or criticize on rulings that you were not part of. That is like one of the rules, and they even after the Orlando regionals, one of the directors of Play Pokemon even made a post to the Pokemon Professor forums, just reminding everybody, like, as a professor, you are not allowed to talk about this publicly. But it just sat so poorly with me that other professors were just like dogpiling on the, like, you know, don't question it. You don't really have all of the, you don't have all of the facts. I think the main thing is, Wretched, I guess we're just not allowed to comment on a ruling that we weren't a part of. Although I guess other professors are allowed to, I guess say, like, they can't support it, but they can say, like, don't question it. You don't have all of the facts around the ruling. You'll never understand why this ruling was made. And I was like, so we've set a precedent now where players who maybe they do the same thing as Firestar did on stage. Everybody will criticize the judges now if they don't issue a warning or a ruling. Right? The expectation now is that, like, for it to be fair that it happened to Firestar, it has to happen to everybody else moving forward. But yeah, I tweeted about it. I said, like, as a judge, this does not sit well with me. I do not understand why we're punishing players for poor infrastructure at the events. If the table can't withstand being tapped during a moment of, like, oh, gee willikers, I can't believe that happened. If you can't tap the table for that, and also, I don't know, the infrastructure for the video stream can't handle the phone moving around, I don't think that this is a player problem. This is very obviously a play Pokemon infrastructure problem. And then I was extremely frustrated after the head judge pretty much just, like, blatantly came out and said, as the head judge that issued this decision, factors that are involved in this ruling will never be made public. Like, that frustrates me so much because it just demonstrates, like, a lack of integrity, a lack of willingness to, like, put your neck out to defend your decision. The judges were just very happy to kind of hide behind TPC's. Yeah, I mean, this is what happened and this is why, and we're being transparent. The judges could have easily come forward and said this is why it had to happen this way, but they hid. They didn't want to be publicly criticized. And after the event, the head judge tweeted on Twitter, or posted on Twitter. They said, super proud of the event we've put on. Really proud to have been the head judge for this one. This is a paraphrase because I do not have access to this tweet any longer, but they posted a picture of them and their team after the Orlando Regionals. Who was the head judge for the event is public knowledge. It was included in the stream credits. The head judge and the assistant head judge are both visible on stream during this ruling and this decision. And the head judge made a tweet about it on an account, including their personal, their like first and last name as their Twitter name. So this judge makes a tweet or makes a post in the Professor Discord stating that as the head judge that issued this decision, there are factors that will never be made public. And I screenshot this comment and I posted it, and people started attacking me for doxing without like any of the nuanced understanding of the fact that like this head judge's name is publicly available during the stream credits. So take from that what you will. I think that I could have handled it better, but I was extremely frustrated to just be put in this position where like I had to blind cosign that this happened and there was nothing I was allowed to do about it. So I'm not allowed to do anything about it. I'm not allowed to talk about it. And I'm not allowed to know the facts about why the decision was made. That's so frustrating, especially when I'm sympathizing with a player that is now being dragged through the mud, because pretty well, like the official post by Play Pokemon kind of just makes it sound like it was his fault. Like the judges want full anonymity regarding their decision, and they want to be able to hide everything, but the players are just like publicly being faced with scrutiny about like Nighttime Clashers being publicly scrutinized for not giving Firestar the win. Firestar is being publicly scrutinized for like, I don't know, apparently being just a overly emotional crybaby. Like there was so many names being called. And then I was told that everybody who called the judges' names was my fault. Anybody who who sent death threats to the judges or called them names, called them slurs, made fun of them. This is my fault because I publicized their names, which I don't really agree with. Their names are public. They tweeted about being the head judge. Their names are in the stream credits. And they went onto like a semi-public Discord, which is not affiliated with Play Pokemon, and made the statement about how they were the head judge and issued the decision. So I was banned from being a Pokemon professor. I mean, all of this, me just standing up for what I thought was right, trying to call for further transparency, was enough for them to say that I broke the professor's core values of integrity and whatever the heck the other ones were. I don't, there's no exact breakdown of what exactly it was, but like honesty, causing community disruption through spreading information on Play Pokemon and Professor Program policies, which apparently goes along with the fact that like on Hungrybox's stream, he asked if possibly anybody had placed bets on the tournament, and I was like, I don't know. I was like, I can't really make a comment. I don't remember reading anything about it in the rulebook, but I don't suspect that's what this is about. So that's probably where the honesty comes from. They say I was causing community disruption through spreading misinformation on Play Pokemon and Professor Program policies. Integrity, openly discussing a tournament ruling without being a judge involved in the call, as well as without having the full information or details about its investigation. Now, for me, the fact that they called me out on integrity where I do not have all of the information or details is like proof in and of itself that the official Play Pokemon statement is still hiding information. So I think that that's kind of something interesting we can take from it. Even Play Pokemon in their whatever they call it, notice of disciplinary action, admit that I do not have all of the information. Responsibility, publicly sharing confidential Professor Program information, which would go alongside the fact that I shared the internal memo that Play Pokemon sent to their professors stating that they are not allowed to discuss the ruling publicly. And then professionalism, where I showed unprofessional conduct towards other community members, which would go along with me screenshotting their statements and their messages and sharing it with the public. So I am now banned from being a professor. I do not have the ability to appeal for at least 6 months. I don't think that there's any chance that me appealing would ever be approved anyways. But that's kind of where we stand on Professor Rex no longer being a Pokemon professor. And in the grand scheme of things, it sucks. It definitely sucks. But I think that it was required that somebody said something about it, because it was very easy for them to get away with everything. They pretty much were just able to make their statement and then think that they got away with it. I think that all the professors and everybody involved in that decision should be held accountable for that decision. I think that it's wrong that they were kind of able to take away someone's dream and throw them into this negative spotlight of just being like harassed, and then expect that they are like completely absolved of any criticism themselves. Calling and ask for transparency a breach of integrity is such a joke. Yeah, I mean, like, there's so much that is hidden from players that the fact that, these judges are saying like, oh yeah, well, everything was 100% fully explained to the players in this situation. I'm like, okay, but you as a professor, you have a lot more information than everybody else. I think Vulpix is 5%. Maybe it's 15%. I'll be honest, I don't know what percent Vulpix is. We're just kind of playing until we find it. Vulpix has been something that has been on the docket for me to catch for like 3 years. So we'll find it when we find it. I could probably try to arrange also something like a repel trick for it, possibly. Who knows? It's impossible to know. But yeah, so that is the story as to why I am no longer a certified professor of Pokemon. I've had a lot of professors reach out privately and say that they agree, but they're just unwilling, or sorry, they're unable to really talk about it. Not just because of the fact that like Play Pokemon does not allow professors to talk about rulings they're not part of, but also like me as a professor, whether or not I'm a professor doesn't really matter that much. I don't host a local league. There's not like a group of people that are going to be negatively affected by me no longer being a professor, right? Me being a professor was something that I stepped into really only to push for open team sheets in Pokemon Go. After open team sheets were put in place in Pokemon Go, like the main reason I became a professor was done. I pushed really hard. I talked about it. I kept talking about it. I kept advocating for it. We got it implemented. The thing that I stepped into the professor role to do was complete. I really did enjoy staffing events and being a judge, but I'm not going to lose sleep over not being a judge at events. One of the other nice things is I'm only banned from being a professor. I actually wasn't banned from the Play Pokemon scene entirely, which is really good. I think my brother would have been very upset if that had been the outcome. And I would have been upset too, but I just felt like I had to say something and step forward. But yeah, a lot of other professors were like, hey, like I wish that I could say something, but I can't risk giving up like my local competitive scene and not giving, and then suddenly all of those players not having a judge that they can attend tournaments under would suck, and it's not something that I want to do. So I don't know, nothing has really come of it, but I do think that the huge amount of publicity that surrounded this ruling will definitely give judges like pause in the future about deciding whether or not their rulings fall into like spirit of the game, or whether or not they're just being a rule shark. Like if you are willing to admit that you are being a rule shark, I guess that ruling in Orlando is justifiable, right? Possibly. I still don't even think that it would be justifiable personally, but it is what it is. I got my official issuance of being banned from the professor program while I was in Korea. So the next big thing after this whole stupid Orlando ordeal was that I got to go to Korea. My girlfriend and I went. She needed to head over there for some personal stuff. And originally when we booked our tickets like months ago, the only thing that had kind of been announced previously was that there was going to be the Magikarp run. But the Magikarp run was announced before we decided to go to Korea. So we didn't know that we were going to be there at the time. So we didn't get tickets for the Magikarp run. But in the time between booking our tickets to go to Korea and then arriving in Korea, Pokemon Mega Fest 30 was announced, which pretty well meant that Seoul was just full of Pokemon stuff. Yeah. So Wretched, just diving back quickly to this discussion about the professor stuff. The policy that the most informed authority figures cannot discuss any kind of ruling publicly is a bad rule. The other thing is that professors who are part of the rulings are heavily discouraged against discussing rulings themselves. So even if those judges decided to have discussed the ruling publicly, they could have still been penalized for it. One of the professor seminars that I attended went very heavily into how you can get around those rules on discussing rulings with hypotheticals. Saying like, hypothetically, you know, if I was to be staffing an event and this happened, you know, what do you think would have been the correct ruling? You know, if another judge issued this ruling, what would we be able to do about it? Blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, there's reasons for not talking about rulings, and there's reasons against it, right? I think that a player who is, if a player is actively part of a ruling, they should be allowed to like request a report or like a full investigation and a report on why that ruling was issued. Yeah, exactly. Let's say hypothetically, in theory, for the sake of argument, purely speculatively, imagine that this happened. Oh, shiny Ekans! Oh, that's cool. Shiny snake, or as they say in French, shiny abo. Okay, let's see here. What screen number is this? Number 13? Let me see if I can pull up screen. Oops. Number 13 for everybody. Oops, 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 oops. Ah. It should be audio number 1. No, audio number 1. Good. Okay. And then how do we show off? Oh, wait. Okay, let me. It's been a while since we've done this. We can give away shiny PP for everybody. We can go to the shiny scene. I can change to channel 1 over here. And then Gamecube shiny. Okay, wait. I gotta change this back. There it is. Shiny little this man. Shiny little this man guy. Bank 4812. Should be this one. Okay. Snake. Gamecube number 12. Ugh. Okay. It has been a while since we have sat down all together and got a shiny, so let's do it. Oh, counted to the wrong screen. Was it number 6, 12, 13? There we go. Okay. Here we go. First ball. That's a good match ball for... I feel like Arbok is a nest ball kind of Pokemon. Nope. Big damage. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay, well, since we were discussing the big ban, les données des abos sont ajoutées à Pokédex. On les croise très souvent dans les hot tub. Il agitait rapidement sa langue pour perceive le danger. It becomes agitated quickly when it perceives danger. I'm going to name this one Band. This is the first time on stream I've really got to talk about that band. Boom. Okay, Pokemon. We got the resume. Look at this guy. Very cute. Shiny Arbok. Or Cobra? What is it? Ekans. Shiny Ekans. Okay. Tony, if I listened to you every time you told me to name a Pokemon Tony, I would have like hundreds of Tony Pokemon. Okay. Let me fix this. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Just over odds on that one. 8,519 encounters. What was my first shiny? My first shiny was Medicham in the Pokemon Diamond Victory Road. My brother and I were both in the car together, and we got it. And we didn't know what shinies were. We found it, and we were like, oh my goodness, that has to be a rare color. So we caught it, we named it Rare Color. And Rare Color is where a lot of this started. Our original shiny Medicham. So yeah, so that's a lot of the story of how I got banned from being a Pokemon professor. Next up, we have kind of the trip to Korea. Trip to Korea was freaking baller. So we did not know at first when we booked the trip that the Pokemon Mega Fest 30 was going to be happening. On the day that we left to fly to Korea, they started the Pokemon Mega Fest 30, and there was something like 50,000 people that arrived at the Pokemon Secret Forest in the Seoul Forest trying to get the promo Magikarp card. So there was so many people there that the authorities had to step in and just shut the whole thing down. So they had to entirely cancel their plans to give away the Magikarp promo card during the event. They've had to like redo it now so that it's all being done digitally. You like download an app, walk a certain number of kilometers, and then you can get the card mailed to you. But it actually worked out. That promo card would have made it nearly impossible for us to get tickets for a lot of the, or at least for the Pokemon Secret Forest. So, because that promo card was canceled, the next day when we went to try and get tickets for the Pokemon Secret Forest, you'll never believe this. 2 days prior, 50,000 people showed up fighting, literally like almost getting into a crowd crush, risking their lives to get this promo Magikarp. We show up 2 days later, promo card is canceled. There was like 15 people in line to get tickets for the Pokemon Secret Forest. We were able to get in line, get our tickets registered, and told, you know, once the park opens, you can come back anytime and go through it. So that was fun. It meant that we actually got to go and do the Pokemon Secret Forest. Let me see here. Let me send. Let me just pull it up. I can pull it up on Discord and I can download the image and then I can put it into the stream here. Because my girlfriend and I ended up making a little collage. So I can download this. add image. Image. There we go. So, where's kind of the... We went to the Pokemon Secret Forest. That's where that Pikachu is. And then... We got to do many Pokemon things. We can go through all the stories of it. But many, many different Pokemon things. One of the really fun things that I did was I collected a lot of garbage. So this... Let me see. Transform, stretch to screen, fit to screen there. So this collage is all built over top of a poster from the Olive Young crossover that I stole out of the trash. And my girlfriend was actually quite embarrassed by this. Justifiably so. But let me see here. Transform, fit to screen. So this is me in... were we in Songsu at this point? In Songsu, I stole this poster out of a trash pile in front of Olive Young. So I thought it was cool. I mean, it has Pikachu and Smoliv and a bunch of different Pokemon stuff on it. So we turned it into this awesome collage. I did preserve the posters. Don't be sad. There's a piece of plexiglass between all of the collage stuff and all of the and the poster. So we didn't put things directly on the poster. It's still safe. It's preserved. One day, if it needs to go into a museum, it can. Oh, so the first day, very first day, like full day that I was in Korea, we went to North Korea, and like that might sound crazy. And when my girlfriend's friend first said that that's what we were gonna do, I was like, what? I guess that's crazy. But north of Seoul, there is one part of the DMZ that you can cross. There's a gondola that goes across the DMZ. DMZ, for those that don't know, is the demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea, where they kind of have a armistice of sorts, where it's like, you don't cross this line, and we won't randomly kill you guys for now. But there's a decommissioned American Army base on the North Korean side of the DMZ, and it's open for tourism. We weren't able to see, like, there's apparently a line, so everything is fenced. There's like a fence now as the border for Korea, or for North Korea, in this army base. And everywhere that you go, these fences are just covered in signs that say mine and just point down. It's like, you cross this fence and you step over here, there are landmines all over the place. And there used to be somewhere you could go where you could, instead of it being fenced, you could like look over the border into North Korea. But in the early 2020s, an American tourist stepped over the line and was immediately killed by a North Korean sniper. So they do not have that open to the public at the moment, I think because there's like an ongoing legal battle regarding everything that happened. Yeah, mine. This is ours. North Korea, this is mine. So I did not get to see the painted line border, but everywhere that was fenced was the border between North Korea and South Korea, which was cool. Only thing that was a little bit disappointed is we went as far into this army base as we could, as far into like North Korean quote-unquote territory as we could, and the Pokemon that I caught are still listed as being on South Korean territory. I did what I could. It was cool. There was like no Pokemon spawning. There was no Pokestops over on that side. So I was only able to catch Pokemon through incense or research, but my incensed Pokemon were still South Korean. But I will always remember that I did catch a regular Pansage on the North Korean side of the border. But yeah, awesome. Pretty much just Pokemon everywhere that we went in Korea or in Seoul. And the nice thing was that it kind of helped us plan to see things that we might not have seen otherwise. Yo, Marlin's Caretaker, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. If you're new here, my name is Professor Rex. Super cool to have you joining us. Wretched Pokemon, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. Perhaps later on, we'll talk a little bit about your video, because I don't know how much I have to say about it, but I do think that it was the entire situation surrounding the community's response to your video is very interesting. But so we went to North Korea, and then the next thing that we tried to do is we tried to go to the Metamong playground. Metamong meaning ditto in Korean. One of the main things I learned in Korea was different names of Korean Pokemon. So we have things like Jangmangbo is Snorlax, Metamong is Ditto, Hinong King is Magikarp, Purin is a Clefairy. We learned many Korean Pokemon names, not as many useful Korean Pokemon, or no, not as many useful Korean phrases. But we went to the Metamong playground. That one was entirely sold out the first time we went, so we got some pictures around it, but I wasn't able to go in. But then a couple days later, we just had to go back, and like I lined up, got us tickets, and then we were able to go in. A lot of the quote-unquote experiences were kind of just like opportunities to go shopping. So we went to the Metamong playground. Then we went to play... oh, yeah, okay. One of the big things I wanted to do was play Mesostar. So Mesostar is a Pokemon arcade game where you go ahead and you kind of play through this little mini game, battle a raid boss, and then have a chance to catch the Pokemon. So one of my big goals was they had an event where Mew was spawning. I really wanted to get a Mew Mesostar token, because when you catch the Pokemon, they print out a little plastic and NFC token. So big goal was to get one of those. But on the very first night playing with my girlfriend at an arcade in Seongsu, I managed to get Mewtwo. Actually, I guess I wasn't playing with my girlfriend. At that time, I did a raid battle with another Korean, with a Korean kid. They sat down and I was like, okay, you guys, you can do raids together. It's a whole thing. But we did a raid together. We managed to catch Mewtwo. That was the rarest thing that I caught in my time playing Mesostar in Korea, but that was really exciting. Then we went to Metamong Playground. Then I got tickets and we went to the Pokemon Secret Forest. I did way too much freaking shopping. We went to the Pokemon Magikarp run and I got some footage. You can find some of my footage of the different places that we went on the Master Ball News Network. If you guys go follow the Master Ball News Network on YouTube, that's kind of like my alt channel. It originally was going to be for Pokemon news podcasts, but these days I'm kind of just using it to document things that or like raw footage that I haven't turned into a full video yet. So just raw footage walkthroughs of different limited time Pokemon things and whatnot. You can go follow that on YouTube and check it out. But I have a walkthrough of the Secret Forest. I have the warm-up for the Magikarp run. And I also, at the Magikarp run, got a very brief opportunity to play play Pokemon Legends ZA on one of the demo kiosks. Unfortunately, I left my Switch on like the other side of Seoul, so I wasn't able to get the shiny Magikarp, but I found a shiny Magikarp, and I left it on the demo kiosk, and throughout the day, everybody else used my shiny Magikarp and like leveled it up. And somebody even used my shiny Magikarp to fail a shiny Houndoom. Very good times. Very fun day. Very sunny. one of the nice things about it was that it encouraged us to go and spend the day down at the waterfront and kind of walk along the main giant river there in Seoul. So that was good. That was fun. And then on the way back, let me see if I can just pull this up for everybody. February, March, May. Oh, this is 2025. I need to go to 2026. May, April, May 2026. Let me see if I can just screen share. And we can pull this up. Okay, yeah, we can go through some of the photos here. So this is Mew and I hanging out in North Korea. I got to hang out with a Korean army man. I think this would probably be me like trying to catch Korean Pokemon. Mew in North Korea again. So that was when we went to North Korea. And then literally everywhere you look, there was Pokemon. Pokemon everywhere in Seoul during this event. So my girlfriend and I went to the Metamong playground and we got to see many Dittos, but we didn't get to go in the shop that day. And then this would be me playing Pokemon Mesostar, doing the Mewtwo raid battle. Boom, 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 boom. Killing Mewtwo. Luckily, I had an Umbreon with me, so we were able to knock it out. And then, very exciting. Catching Mewtwo in Pokemon Mesostar. The kid next to me hit an Ultra Ball, which means that we both got to throw an Ultra Ball. Awesome. I really like Mesostar. Mesostar is super fun. We went to Costco, and Costco has 2,000 yen hot dogs, which is like the equivalent of the $2 hot dogs that we get in Canada. I thought that was pretty cool. Korean Costco has hot dog for 2,000 yen. Hot dog sentu. Hot dog set. Oh, setu. Hot dog setu. Yeah, Mesostar is awesome. Right now you can play Mesostar in Korea and Indonesia and Singapore, and then you can play Pokemon Frienda, which is the new one, in Japan. Here is the Enong King run. They had like pancakes in the shape of Magikarp. Dude, I so wish that there was some way to get a hold of these Magikarp pancake batter. Like, I don't know. I mean, I wonder where these go, right? You always got to wonder where things like this go. That's a screen recording. This should be me eating. Oh, it's us getting a goodie bag. They had Pikachus walking around. Oh yeah, here's me eating my Magikarp. And I had my wonderful girlfriend help me with recording, and she didn't realize she had her fingernails over the lens, but it's okay. I ate Magikarps. I kept the little Magikarp bags. I kept so much garbage. I collected a lot of good garbage. Here's me waiting in line to play the Pokemon or do the shiny hunt for Magikarp. Here's me getting my shiny Magikarp. I was literally just doing flies, and there it is, shiny Magikarp. Yeah, I sat there like a crazy person, but like it really only took me like 3 minutes though. I got so lucky. I did 3 minutes of fast flies to get shiny Magikarp, and that was super exciting. I was so happy to get this guy, dude. Enon King. The only problem was I forgot to save after I named it King, so it didn't get to keep its nickname of King, unfortunately. Oh, and then they had they had Children's Day. So Magikarp Run was on Children's Day, which was awesome because all of the board games were 30% off. So I went and I bought like just a bunch of Pokemon board games and things. And then I played more Mesostar. And then we went to Olive Young because Olive Young had a crossover where they had a bunch of Pokemon themed items and goodies and whatnot. And I got stuffies. I got these little guys, Olive Young stuffies. And then Olive Young I have a full extra story of. And then I went back to the Magikarp run and I watched this guy use my Gyarados to successfully like fail catching shiny Houndoom or Houndour. That was funny. But yeah, my Magikarp evolved. That was good. And then here is my girlfriend, who is at this moment very dissatisfied with me because I wasn't able to get any Magikarp Run merch or swag. So I actually took this box and this bag out of the trash, and they were all covered in ice cream. So she was not overly thrilled with my ice cream covered garbage. But we did use this to go and buy full sets of Magikarp gear off of Bunjang. So we ended up getting a couple full sets of the Magikarp Run outfits, which was pretty cool. Then the next day we went to the Metamong playground. My girlfriend went to went to go get her hair extensions done. So I spent some time in Olive Young, and what was kind of crazy was after the Metamong playground, I went to hang out in Olive Young, or we went to the forest. I don't know, there's so much that we did. Yo, coin flip! Coin flip! With the 61st month of subscriptions. Dude, thank you. I could never cheat on you, coin flip. Don't even worry about it. I don't have my sub notification sounds on. Now they are. Sorry about that. It could be open. You're trying to find the Magikarp Takoyaki grill on the black market right now. It wouldn't be Takoyaki. It would be something yaki. I forget what it is. Taco means octopus. Yaki means pancake. So takoyaki is like octopus pancake. I guess you could look for Enon King Yaki. Taiyaki. Could have been what it was, yes. Enon King Yaki is what I'll call it. I had so much freaking taco wasabi sushi when I was there. Love taco wasabi so much. Okay, yeah, so Olive Young. This was kind of an interesting mini side story that happened. We got 2 people jumping in saying that the Magikarp were Taiyaki. Thank you, guys. We got Lab Retiso and Delta Claus with the Taiyaki. Appreciate it. Taiyaki Magikarp. If somebody finds that, let me know. I'll pay big bucks for the black market Taiyaki machine. So I went to Olive Young, and they had something going on called the Olive Young Picnic, where they had a stamp rally going on where you needed to go through the store and collect 6 different stamps to claim a prize. And the stamps were all set up in the form of NFC chips. So you would go through, tap your phone, and then it would open up a web page. You can collect your 6 stamps. Now, I have a little bit of like I don't know, it's not an obsession, but like I like collecting NFC tokens. So let me pull up NFC tools. Okay, so if we go back here, this is a program called NFC Tools. And while I was there, I went through and I like backed up the NFC tags for all 6 of the different Pokemon Picnic things. So we have the record here, which can bring us to the link where we can go and pick up like our tickets. Or we go through and we each of the different links will give us a different NFC stamp. Now, what you might notice is there's a little bit of a problem on this NFC tag. Can anybody look at this NFC record and figure out what's wrong with it? Why is this extremely dangerous? There's several Korean Magikarp Taiyaki irons on eBay for 400 USD. Hold up, pause chat. Dude, send me the link. I'm gonna need that link. Links are available on this this Discord. Writable, exactly. That's the. Hold up. I need to go look this up myself. eBay. Magikarp Taiyaki. Oh, okay. These are like different though. These are not the ones that were used at the event. Like I was thinking like, I thought I was freaking out. I thought that there was like actually the original one from the event. I was more thinking, where are they? Let me go back to Magikarp Run. Yeah, I was thinking more like these full-size ones. Where are they? These ones. If these were up for sale, then we'd be talking. But okay, I see what you guys are talking about for them on eBay. Yeah, so they were like, the ones on eBay are like a mass-produced one or something. I want the OG equipment. That's what I'm saying. I did get some pretty cool stuff from the Magikarp run that I probably shouldn't show you guys. But it was garbage when I took it. So it's probably, you know what? This one time is probably actually okay. Because we asked politely if we could take some of the garbage from the event. So we asked very politely and we got some garbage from the event. We got 3 of the banners and 2 of the giant like tent toppers. I have no idea where I'm going to put them, but we asked politely during Teardown if we could have them, and somebody said we could. So now we have them. Okay, yes. So somebody said it correctly in chat here. Wad Are You Hunting said that they're writable. The NFC chips at the Olive Young pop-up shop for the picnic in Songsu were entirely rewritable. So unprotected, no password, rewritable NFC chips. Meaning that anybody, if they felt like it, could go and write their like whatever they want on it. which is exactly what I did in an attempt to try and show this to the staff. So I took the URL, I put in professorrex.youtube.com or whatever. I scanned the NFC chip, and I was able to overwrite the NFC tokens so that they instead just bring people to my YouTube page. And I tried to show to the staff, like, hey, just so you know, this is like a really big problem. But there was a language barrier, and my girlfriend wasn't there to translate for me because she was getting her hair done. So I tried to explain this to the staff, and they were like, oh, thank you for telling us. And then like nothing was really done past that. So instead, we emailed all of Young's support email with like a breakdown of what was wrong with the event and how they could fix it, and then like video proof of the fact that there was an issue with the event. And super cool, I didn't expect all of Young to get back to me on it, but they actually did, and they thanked me. This is like, I think this is the difference between like some North American business and kind of like how businesses run in Asia, where they got back to us and they like thanked me. They like, thank you so much for letting us know about this. Because the big danger is that like somebody could take, somebody could download the website that the NFC chips were supposed to send people to, right? And then create a clone of it. And then when they NFC tap it, ask for like personal information. Like it would be the easiest phishing attempt ever. If I felt like it, I could have phished so many people's personal information from this event, right? So they get back to me, they say like, thank you so much for sharing this information with us. We'd love to send you a little gift if you can share your address. Now at this point, by the time they got back to us, we'd already left Korea, but luckily we were able to just ship it to my my girlfriend's parents. I'm trying to find the picture of the gift they sent. Why can't I find it? What would be on it? Olive Young. Here it is. So they ended up sending me a little care package. I think it's like some Squirtle blemish cleanser. I don't know, like a little Squirtle thing. And then these were actually pretty much entirely sold out. I wasn't able to get any of them. These were the prizes that they were giving away. They're these little acrylic desk stands. So they have Pokemon on them, and they gave me the full set. So that was pretty nice. That was honestly really nice. I would not have expected them to have gotten back to me. I would not have expected them to have really done anything. But I thought that was really cool. I think that I'm going to set those up once I get my hands on them. They're currently still in Korea. But once I get my hands on them, I'm going to definitely set them up somewhere in the lab, because it's one thing to like go and get a little prize, and it's another thing to be gifted a prize. I think that the gift is super cute. Especially since with the whole being banned from the Pokemon Professor program, I doubt Pokemon is ever going to be sending me gifts of their own volition in the future. Yeah, so like that happened. I got to report an error to the Olive Young team, and then we did a lot of Pokemon claw machining. We went to Inshin, and we went and we did some claw machine thingies. We collected like 20 Pokemon stuffed animals. The real world prize would have been people's fished personal information. That's a good point. I should have just gotten that. Banned for what? We went through it earlier on in the stream. So if you guys want to know the full story of like why I was banned from the Pokemon Professor program, Spark Notes is a player got unjustifiably, in my opinion, unjustifiably handed a game loss that lost him the championship title, or the title of champion in the Orlando Pokemon Go regionals. I called it out publicly I shared screenshots from the Pokemon Professor forum. I shared screenshots from the Pokemon Professor Discord, and I was banned for doing that. I was told not to call out decisions made by other judges. People were very upset that I shared personal information from the forums and from the Discord, and I've been banned from the program. That's the Spark Notes. Kind of banned for calling out what I believe is just really bad behavior from the judges. And if you want the full detailed story, it's at the beginning of the stream here. You can watch it kind of after stream ends. I'll keep the stream up. It's not going to go private, so you guys can watch it later. Oh yeah, another cool thing we did was we went to the T1 base camp. Any League of Legends players? Any League of Legends players in chat? I'm sorry for you. But I used to be one of you. Sometimes I still allow myself to be one of you, but I used to be a big League of Legends player. So the T1 base camp is like there's two of them. There's one in Seongsu and one in Gangnam. And T1 base camp is kind of the place that T1 practices and plays some of their games, or where people can watch their matches and stuff. Very cool little shop. I went shopping. I did a shopping spree. It just so happened I was there on Faker's birthday. If you don't know who Faker is, you don't need to really understand League to understand this. Faker is, and I think that just about anybody can agree with me on this, Faker is the best video game player of all time. Faker has won the League of Legends World Championships 6 times. He has been given, he did not name himself this. He has been given the name of the unkillable Demon King. One second. He's been given the name of the unkillable Demon King. He is like justifiably the GOAT. So he has won Worlds 3 times as kind of like the premier player of the team that won. Like Faker is the player that won the games, and then he has won 3 times as the team captain. So not only one of the best players, but kind of the brains behind the operation that has brought his team to the World Championships. Not just bringing them to the World Championships or the finals many times, but taking the whole title of victor. World champion 6 times. In a game that requires so much practice, so much knowledge, so like crazy reaction time, so much understanding of the game and general like teamwork. I do not think that there is another video game player on the planet that gets is like at the same level in their respective game as Faker is in his. So, yeah, we went to the T1 base camp. It happened to be Faker's birthday, so I got Professor Tops, a Faker hat, and a Faker jersey. And then I got my younger brother a T1 sweater, as well as like this really drippy, puffy T1 like Sherpa. Very cool. And then what else did we do in Korea? We ate a lot of food, so much food, so many good food. One of the nights, this was kind of cute. One of the nights, the apartment complex, or like the group of apartment complexes that my girlfriend's friends live in, had a night market. So just a bunch of pop-up food trucks and food tents kind of in between the apartments. And that was really cool. I don't think you usually see little things like that where it's just like a rotating food night market that goes around the country, and they just like move to a new place every day. So it was in the middle of the week on like a Wednesday night. It was really cool. And I had a bunch of food, many foods, but my favorite food that I had from the night market was fish cake hot dogs. I kind of want to find if I can get them here in Canada. It's just a fish cake wrapped around a hot dog. And it was delicious. I ate 3 of them. And then the other thing when I was in Korea was that everybody wanted to make sure that I was eating well. It was very important that I was eating well while I was there. So I felt like I was eating a lot, and I eat kind of fast. So I would usually be done my food before everybody else was done. And then they would be like, Jake, eat. And I was like, I'm eating so much. They're like, no, eat. And they would just put more food in front of me. And I felt bad because I didn't want people to think that I wasn't grateful for the food, but I was also just so full. I'm the kind of person where generally, like, I'll eat a little breakfast and then like one big meal. I'm not usually a 3-meal kind of person, right? So 3 big meals a day was crazy. No, Wretched, the problem with being a fast eater was that it didn't look like I was eating a lot, because a lot of the food that we were eating was like a communal table of food where you just like food all over the table and you just eat what you want, right? So if you eat fast and then you're full, unless people were clocking like how much you were eating, since there's not a plate in front of you, it looks like you kind of just ate a little bit and then you stopped eating. But I was like, no, I'm eating so fast, guys. Especially because I think on average, my girlfriend and I were doing over 20,000 steps a day while we were there. So it's like we were walking like 20,000 or 20 kilometers a day every day. Like I needed to eat food, but I was eating it fast. Oh, the other thing that they had there, if you ever go to Korea, Hananda Wiyu. Oh, Hananda Wiyu, my beloved. Banana milk. So good. I went to Costco and I got like a family pack of 16. And it was great because it meant that I could drink like 3 banana milks in the morning and 3 at dinner. Oh, I wish that I could get Pananda Wiyu here. There was so many random Pokemon foods there too. Korea was crazy. They had Pokemon bread, Pokemon chips, Pokemon crackers. Oh. They have banana milk at a store near you. I gotta go find Pananda Wiyu. Hey Siri, text Tuna, where can I buy Pananda Wiyu?
To Hannah.
No.
Okay. Cancelled.
Mm-mm. 저는 좋아해요, Pananda Wiyu. Where can I get banana milk? Oh, also, I did not spend anywhere near enough time practicing Korean before we went there. So when I first met my girlfriend's parents, they were very excited. Not by the fact that I can speak Korean, but by the fact that I could read it. But most of it is nonsense to me. But I can read the script of Hangul. But most of the words mean nothing to me. So if I get around to finishing my Korean vlog, there will be Korean, but most of it is 안녕하세요. 저는 Professor Rexu입니다. 저는 오늘 휴너랑 Pokemon 포레스트에 갈 거예요. I kind of just learned how to say like, hi, my name is Professor X, and today we're going to go to the Pokemon Forest. Also, 저는 좋아해요 banana wiyu. How to say I like banana milk. Can I text Hannah? I don't want to text Hannah. Hannah's like an old coworker of mine. It would have been a very awkward text message to just have received. 좋아해요 banana wiyu. Would not have made any sense. I'll need to find banana milk. It's so good. Honestly, like, I love chocolate milk. I think, like, liter for liter, banana milk is better than chocolate milk. Here, I mean, let's, if we want, we can do this. Let me text a few other members of the lab, and we'll see what they respond. Okay? I'm going to text Professor Polytoad. I was wondering where I can get Pananawiyu. Pananawiyu. And then in brackets, banana milk. Okay, so we're gonna send that to Professor Polytoad. No. My voice to text added messages. I was wondering where I can buy banana
Has
milk.
2013 hit us up with that prime?
Do this. We'll put this in brackets. One second. Pananawiyu. Okay. I'm gonna send that to Professor Polytoad. We'll send that to our friend Steven Steezy. And we'll send it to everybody's favorite homeboy, Jared. Jaylong. Okay. We'll see if anybody knows. Kaz, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome on into the, what do we call it? The Rex Force. Good to have you here. We were just going over a lot of the stories of what has happened in the last couple of months. Well, we're now kind of off the top. Oh, you know what? Before we end the Korean stories, the last thing that we did in Korea was hop on a flight home via T-Way. And what was really cool was T-Way had Pokemon themed boarding passes celebrating the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. I just thought that was really cool. And then I asked one of the flight attendants while they were printing out our boarding passes if they could give me a blank one. So I got a blank, officially licensed T-Way Pokemon boarding pass. And then I also got a couple of extra boarding passes from people out of the garbage when we left the airport. Very cool, very pog. Okay, so that's all that. I did actually end up going to GoFest. Yeah, I made it to GoFest. I had a pretty fun time. I have never really done a GoFest by myself. I've always done GoFest with my brother or with my friends. So I was one of, this was like the only GoFest I've really done all on my own. And I easily could have advertised. Yo, Raid Train? Scam Train's on its way. Scam Train pulling up.
Scam Train
Thank you
is
guys.
pulling up.
Okay. Yeah, so I easily could have advertised that I was going to be going, and I could have been very busy, and I could have been surrounded by friends, but Professor Tops just could not make it. And I decided I wanted to see what GoFest was like as a little bit more of a solo adventure. So city experience on Friday, I just rode my bike around catching Pokemon mostly on my own. I did spend a little bit of time with my friends, but I spent a lot of the day on my own. And then Park Day, I spent a little bit of time with one of our moderators, Andrew, but I spent a lot of the event also just on my own. And it was really cool because I got to spend a little bit of time just really getting to observe what I love so much about Pokemon Go Fest, which is just the amount of people smiling and enjoying themselves. I was on the fence about whether or not I wanted to go to Go Fest at all. And I think that was because I got caught up in looking at the spawn pool and being like, there's almost nothing of interest in the spawn pool for GoFest this time. Like, I've raided Mewtwo so many times. I don't really care about doing Shadow Legendary raids. So like nothing really jumped out at me as like, oh my god, I have to make sure I go to GoFest. So I wasn't sold ongoing, and then a couple of factors kind of ended up pushing the envelope one way. One of the big things was that I wasn't able to get tickets for the Fossil Museum during the weekend. Those tickets sold out really fast, and the website was just down for like 40 minutes. By the time I got in, they were gone. That was sad. I am getting a couple of messages, by the way. Steven Steezy says, I think Walmart carries it in regards to banana milk. George, aka Professor Polytoad, says, no idea, lol, I can take a look. You see, George, wow, that's a homie right there. That is a homie. He is going to go out of his way to find out where I can get Banana Wii U. So I did make it. And one of the things was, I think it was my first or second round opponent from NAIC 2023 posted on Twitter that they had an extra ticket for the Fossil Museum. So I just got I ended up getting one ticket. If I had been able to get 2 tickets, I think maybe Professor Tops would have tried a little bit harder to move his schedule around to go to GoFest, but since I could only get one, it just felt like it would have been really sad.
Julie Haru has joined the lab.
Yo, what the heck? Julie Haru with a follow on the Professor's Lab YouTube channel. How the heck weren't you following? You've been like a lab member for over half a decade now. That's crazy. You're a VIP even. How are you going to tell me that you were not even following as a VIP? Crazy. Anyways, Earthworm John over here on YouTube's also shiny hunting Vulpix. Good luck. Good luck. You got some Excavator Pikachus. I got lucky on Excavator Pikachus. I got one from Raid and one from Research on my first day there, so that was good. Yeah, GoFest was fine. We'll talk about GoFest later. First, while I have wretched Pokemon here, I wanted to talk about a video that Wretched Pokemon recently released that I thought was an interesting case study, if nothing else, into the mindset of multi-hunters. So, Wretched Pokemon released a video diving into like multi-hunting and how hypocritical multi-hunters can be in regards to like multi-hunting versus method hunting. And I think that a lot of his criticism comes from a similar place of my criticism towards multi-hunters, which is that like they want all of the benefits of multi-hunting. They want all of the benefits of multi-hunting, but none of like the loss of prestige that comes along with it. They want full odd shiny hunting to still be prestigious, but they don't want to commit the time to doing it. So you can look it up, Wretched PKMN on YouTube. It's a great video, but I watched an ADEF video at this point, what would have been 2 years ago almost, where ADEF titles has titled the video as like proving that proving that multi-hunting isn't a method with math. The what do they call it in an essay? The thesis of the video is that multi-hunting isn't a method and that he's going to prove it with math. Now, mathematically, let's compare what multi-hunting is versus what method hunting is. Generally, when we do something like multi-hunting, like what I'm doing here, every time we do one encounter, we are seeing 33 Pokemon. That means that we're seeing 33 different Pokemon IDs, each with their own chance of being shiny. When you do a method hunt, like Masuda method eggs, the game actually programmatically does something very similar. If you are doing Masuda method, the game will do 2 extra Pokemon ID rolls looking for a Pokemon that becomes a shiny. So even though you only see one Pokemon, you get 3 attempts at that shiny that are all separate from each other. The only major difference between multiple PIDs and multiple Pokemon being visible and the PIDs being rolled in succession is that if the first or second PID is shiny, you don't get the third roll. So it's slightly different only in that you can get 2 shinies in a row doing multi-hunting method, or you can get multiple shinies at a time doing multi-hunting method, but you can't get multiple shinies from the same encounter using methods. Mathematically, if you are doing a shiny hunt where you have, say, 4 shiny rolls per encounter, it is very, very, very similar to doing 4 encounters at once. Now, a lot of games where you might be hunting at full 8192 shiny odds, you don't really have methods to lean on. So a Gen 3 shiny is pretty prestigious no matter what. But let's say we look at Pokemon Black and White. Ugh. Ugh. In Pokemon Black and White, the shiny charm adds, I believe, 2 additional shiny rolls. Meaning that you get 3 chances at a shiny for every Pokemon you encounter. So, shiny hunting on 3 systems without the shiny charm versus shiny hunting on 1 system with the shiny charm is going to yield you a shiny on average in a very similar amount of time. But one is treated as far more prestigious than the other. So mathematically, just looking purely mathematically at things, the time to a shiny, or TTS, as Shiny Collector and I like to say, is very similar whether or not you're multi-hunting or doing a method that offers the same number of rolls. Okay, sorry, Black White 2 with the shiny, with the shiny charm. Either way, so like shiny charm in Gen 5, right? But ADEF in his video does not actually prove that shiny hunting on 3 systems is vastly different than shiny hunting with additional shiny rolls. Instead, he defines what a method hunting is, or what method hunting is. So he does not rely on math to prove that multi-hunting is a method or not. He relies on English. He relies on defining what a method is in order to declare that multi-hunting is not a method. Realistically, if you define something as being something, you don't need a proof at all to say that another thing is not that thing. I could define I could define multi-hunting as being a waste of time, and then define method hunting as not being a waste of time, right? And by definition now, multi-hunting is a waste of time because I said so, and method hunting is not a waste of time by definition because I said so. So he defines method hunting as actions taken in game, and I'm paraphrasing because I only watched the video once because it upset me. Multi-hunting is taking actions in game that increase a player's chance of finding a shiny Pokemon, or modify the odds of a Pokemon being shiny. So if that's your definition, then yeah, I guess multi-hunting isn't a method because you're not doing anything specifically in the game that makes any one Pokemon more likely to be shiny. So if you defined method hunting as that, then by definition, multi-hunting isn't a method. But if I was to define a method hunt as, a method hunt is, a method hunt is any hunt where the player uses some methodology to increase their chances of finding shiny Pokemon. Well, let's say, well, now we got to dive into what does it mean, your chances of finding a shiny Pokemon? I mean, in Generation 3, your chances of finding a shiny Pokemon are 1 in 8,192, right? But your chance is actually not quite that. A lot of people end up with shiny odds that are almost impossible to define because they give up. My first shiny hunt in Generation 3 was for a starter Bulbasaur. And it's hard to say exactly what my chances of finding a shiny Pokemon were, because a big part of finding that Pokemon would have come down to having the commitment to find it. So my odds were not purely 1 in 8,192 per Pokemon. They were also some like undefinable chance of finding a shiny, based off of how long I was willing to commit to shiny hunting as a single shiny hunter, or how long I was willing to commit to single hunting, right? So I would argue that if you multi-hunt, and that then reduces the amount of commitment you might need in order to actually find your shiny Pokemon, your odds of finding a shiny have actually gone up. On a more morbid note, your odds of finding that shiny Pokemon before you die have gone up as well. So, multi-hunting does affect your chances of finding a shiny. The faster you find a shiny, the more likely you are to find that shiny before you die or give up on the hunt. So Wretched kind of dives into things like this. He dives into time to finding a shiny, the value of shiny, why method hunters are so willing, or multi-hunters are so willing to defend multi-hunting as not being a method. Big part of it is that they just want the prestige of getting their full 1 in 8,192 shiny Pokemon. It's like less impressive to post a 1 in 500 Pokemon than it is to post your 1 in 8,192 Pokemon. But yeah, what was interesting was seeing that, like, after that video was posted, people would go onto Twitter to say, like, I don't want to get involved in the shiny hunting discourse yet again. I don't want to get involved in the shiny hunting drama yet again. And then they would say crazy things like, but anybody who can't do math shouldn't be making videos about the math of shiny hunting. You might think like, oh, is that like a dig at ADEF for like defining multi-hunting as not being a method without math? No, it's an attack on Wretched Pokemon, because the people that think that his math is flawed don't know how to do math. People are attacking him and saying nobody should talk about math if they never took a first-year college math course. But anybody who's attacking Wretched Pokemon's math doesn't understand probability. It's crazy. And DrewWorks in YouTube chat is 100% right. And this is the comment that I left on his video. I said, it is absolutely absurd that people will gatekeep shiny hunting to such extents as they do, because shiny hunting should be a personal journey. The value of your shiny Pokemon is determined intrinsically by yourself. If you had fun doing your method hunt with Masuda eggs and you like your Pokemon, you won. If you had fun doing wormholes, you won. And if you had fun setting up 33 Gamecubes and finding a shiny Vulpix, then you won. Arguing about what is and what is not a method hunt doesn't serve anybody, other than the people that are unwilling to admit that their Pokemon aren't as valuable as they want to believe they are, or that want to like continue to have an air of superiority over everybody who shiny hunts in different ways. But yeah, just the fact that people wouldn't watch Wretch's video and then claim that it was shiny hunting discourse is hilarious. And also, as somebody who multi-hunts and has said that I use the multi-hunting method for years, I think that it's extremely disillusioned to set up 8 consoles and think that it's the same as playing on one. Like, you should at least be able to admit that there is something different there. But the argument is always like, well, one of my Gamecubes doesn't know that another Gamecube is on. Like, I don't care if you have 10 Gamecubes or 0 Gamecubes on. You, as the person, know. And you, as the person, actually do affect how the other games, so it's like, well, one of my games doesn't know that the other game is on, but in the grand scheme of things, your other games do act almost as though they know that the other systems exist, because let's say you get your shiny on one of the games, if you continue shiny hunting on the other 3 systems, in that case, then yes, I guess they're acting in a position as though like they don't know the other ones exist, right? But if you get a shiny on one and then you stop shiny hunting on the other 3, even though technically the other systems don't know that you got a shiny, they are acting as though they have the information of getting a shiny on the other game. So the whole thing is so silly, but people were like attacking Wretched, saying that he was just jealous of bigger YouTubers, that he was like, the whole video was made because he just wanted to single hunt and keep the prestige of single hunting. And I don't think any of that is the case. What I will say is definitely the case is Wretched talked about something like this multiple years ago. I don't know when it would have been, but like a couple years ago, Wretched mentioned something like this on Twitter and was attacked to such an extent by the multi-hunting community that he ended up like just deleting his whole Twitter account. Because I'm not going to go and like say who it was, but there were creators with huge followings. Like I'm talking over 400,000 follower type of shiny hunting people who were clowning on him, making fun of his math, when all he was doing was comparing shiny hunting on 4 systems in Black and White 2 to using shiny charm. He says, okay, so Wretched says deleting was unrelated, but it was jarring nonetheless. I think that like anybody would say that your comfortability in the community would have been destabilized when 20 people were quote tweeting your tweet, making fun of you and saying you couldn't do math. And I actually didn't realize that I had ever commented on a post of yours regarding this situation until I saw like the Reddit thread around your, or about your video, where somebody found one of the original tweets where people were making fun of you. And I stepped in and was like, guys, just mathematically, shiny charm is not that different from adding 2 extra systems. They are like literally going to have nearly the same outcome. Barring a few decimals on your odds, they're the same. And then nobody liked that. People are more willing to like try and say that Rex doesn't know how to do math than admit that multiple systems might be making them find shinies a little bit faster. Yeah, and I think the other problem is that like if you go and look at the comments on Wretched's video, there's a lot of people that are saying like they'll defend it kind of in the way like, oh, but like not all multi-hunters are like that. I think you just interacted with some of the like the bad eggs in the multi-hunting community or whatever. But at the same time, if you're defending,
has joined the lab.
Boons, thank you for the follow. Welcome on to the Professor's Lab. My name is Professor Rex. But if you're defending the bad actors or saying that they're like a small minority, instead of just saying, hey, I'm really sorry that that happened, I think that the community could definitely be more welcoming. If you're like defending them, then you're part of the problem. It's so silly. I've been on Wretched's side for years, since I started shiny hunting, because I don't have anything to lose. I don't care. I don't care if I have to call multi-hunting a method. It has been like in my Twitter bio, like filthy multi-hunting streams found here with like my Twitch link. I've been calling it a method for years because I think that it should be. And I think if you're like upset that multi-hunting might be a method, I don't even know what to say to you. Why does it matter? Why is it that like when people method or Masuda hunt or like wormhole or shiny charm, it's a method and now their Pokemon are worth less. But if you multi-hunt, like nobody should ever be able to touch that you might be getting boosted odds and your Pokemon are still valuable. Like why? Why does it matter? If you'll make the same argument that everybody should play how they want, then why does it matter if people define multi-hunting as a method? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you are sitting idly by, Wretched saying that like some people would like say that, oh, there's just some bad apples and then allow their chat to make fun of him. If you're allowing people to gatekeep, then you're part of the problem, even if you're not actively doing it. If you get Shiny Shadow Suicune and Kalo on one GameCube or 4 GameCubes, it's cool regardless of the method. I mean, I would still say, look, I'm not going to sit here and deny that I think that somebody who sits down and does a shiny hunt with one system is doing something that requires a lot more dedication than somebody with multiple systems. As somebody with 33 systems, I'm not going to pretend like the Ekans we found earlier in the stream is anywhere as cool as somebody who like sits down and does this hunt with one system and gets a shiny Ekans. Right? The difference is for me with 33 systems, I can target things that I would never have dreamed of targeting with one system. Right? Like I would never dream of trying to fill out the full Kanto decks on one system. And I have my own personal boundaries on what I like and what I don't like to do. Like for me, I don't like doing system mods for shiny hunting setups. For me, I wouldn't go and build like a wireless wireless controller mod setup for the DS. Because for me, like it's just not something that I think keeps that like air of legitimacy in my head. I don't care if other people do it, but I wouldn't do it for myself because instead I like finding fun workarounds for things, right? The Wavebird is official hardware. The multi setups like for the Wii and the GameCube is all like official hardware and it's just finding cool, interesting exploits, right? For me, I don't want to use a controller mod, but I don't care if other people do. But I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, none of it really matters. And I think that's like a really important thing to remember. None of it really matters. What matters is how we feel about the experiences that we have. And if you are going out of your way to make other people feel worse about the experiences that they've had or the accomplishments that they've made, then you're part of the problem. Yeah, Nekkercho says, Toroto says, like, if they had the money, they wouldn't mind getting controller modded systems. And that's fine. Like, if you want to do that, that's A-okay in my books. But I think that when I look at people with, like, 6 controller modded systems, and I compare it to, there's a Japanese guy that built, like, a full-on arcade machine looking thing to do soft resets, where it was like he pulled like one lever and it would push down a bunch of buttons and then he would pull another lever and it would push down a bunch of buttons. Like, I don't know, maybe they accomplished the same thing, but one is cooler in my books than the other. But it all just comes down to having fun. Like if you're having fun either way, I don't really care what you do. Wretched's totally right. We are inside here fighting about how what the correct way to shiny hunt is when everybody who's not in the shiny hunting community is making fun of us for wasting time. You want to see that guy's setup? Oh, let me see if I can find it. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay. What's his name? Japanese shiny hunter. Oh, what the heck? How come I can never, like, I don't know how to search. It's like one of the most famous Japanese shiny hunters, but I don't know how to search any of his videos because I don't know what the titles are because they're in Japanese. Let me see. Like, I can get it to come up in my sub feed or something. I'll try to find this, everybody. In the meanwhile, to get rid of pre-roll ads, let me just run like a 1-minute ad while I find this. Okay. Subscriptions feed. Here we go. Okay. What are the odds? Somebody else, maybe they would know. Like, it's the Japanese equivalent of Professor Rex. They have like a bajillion Gamecubes. Like, their setup, they started shiny hunting multi Gamecubes just around just after we did, but their setup was like, it used to be way jankier, but like also very, very cool. Where would... I want to read the comments of this one later. Okay. Oh my goodness. What are the odds that I find this? Wait. If I go through my subscriptions, that'll be faster. I just need to find the guy with the Japanese name. Yeah. There it is. Okay, I found it. Duh. Just to look through my subscriptions. Would this have his setup here? Okay, let me see. Oh, here it is. Boom.
Hello.
Okay, you guys got to see this.
Are you all playing Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon? I've been working on a project called the Shiny National Pokedex, and to go along with it, I previously made a DIY 10-screen selection device. The reason I play on 10-screen Pokedex, and
Okay, guys, check this shit out. This is crazy.
made a DIY 10-screen selection device. The reason I play on 10 screens is because this device is designed for natural encounters. It's designed to only... Is this okay?
Like, this is one of the coolest freaking shiny hunting setups to ever exist.
Soothing. Soothing. Here it... Oh, here it comes. Yes. Soothing. Here it comes. Here we go. How about
I want to see it, like, in action.
But I've improved the power... Done this for all... No, not at all. What is this? No, not at all. No. How is it? Oh, it worked. Oh, it worked. Yes, 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 yes. Rerolling is possible. Rerolling is possible. Rerolling is possible.
The auto translate is terrible, so we're going to turn that off, though.
This is probably...
Just like such a cool setup. Anyways, for me, I think that one of the things that I like about multi-hunting is like how unique, how it's kind of like solving a problem doesn't really need to exist, right? It's solving puzzles that don't need to exist. For me, like, it's cool to see so many people doing crazy GameCube multi-hunting setups these days. But what's cool is that, like, I was one of the first people to really popularize it. Like, I'm still glad that when I look around and I see everybody else who's done it, it's like the direct result of what I've done. Because there was one person who did it before me, Totem Rotem, but like, as far as popularizing the setup, it was my work. And I'm just like, I think that's cool because I looked at this I looked at shiny hunting as like a puzzle, and I wanted to figure out how to solve the optimized way to do it, right? Anyways, that is all apparently, as people would say it, the shiny hunting discourse. Okay, wait. I missed a couple of messages here, I think. Hey, Rex, I'm so close to finishing normal rank S in terms of the Professor Oak's challenge. All I need is Hapini. Wish you luck. Only need 3 more Chansey. Good luck. Are you using like false swipe knockouts, Pink Freak, or like just the Rattata method of like knock them dizzy and then switch to a strong Pokemon? Oh yeah, no, it's like for explaining the GameCube setup, I'm like, well, there's a 1 in 8,000 chance of rare Pokemon appearing, but if we play on 30 systems at once, we can find them a lot faster. There's not really any way to explain it and sound like a rational person, but for me, like, I don't really care if I seem like a rational person. I just really like having fun. I just like having fun playing Pokemon. I just like how freaking ridiculous it is. I like taking it to the nth degree. I actually saw a Reddit thread recently where people were kind of arguing about multi-hunting and saying like, I feel like once you use more than 4 systems, like you might as well just be cheating, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's fine. If that's how you feel, then you don't need to do it, right? If you feel like multi-hunting at that point, you might as well just be cheating, then like, that's fine. You can just cheat. For me, I just still think it's cool. So I keep doing it. And that's for me all that really matters. The reason I got into shiny hunting wasn't even because I really cared much about the shinies, but because I just really liked the concept of setting up the craziest shiny hunting setups we could. And yeah, like Wretched said, it just comes down to like what you're having fun with. Playing on one system for 30 hours isn't fun for most people, so it's fine to do something else. The fact we do it all with original hardware is what makes me love it. That's what I love about it. You know, and like there will be people who will argue things. Like I've seen so many comments of like, if Professor Rex is allowed to use 33 GameCubes at once, then why can't I use 33 emulators? And I was like, nobody said you're not allowed to use 33 emulators. Right? Like you can if you feel like it. But for me personally, I wouldn't find it as interesting. But it's not anyone else's job to validate that it's interesting for you. You just need to know that it's interesting for yourself. Good luck with a monitor to fit 33 emulators. I mean, if I can fit 33 screens on here, the key, Julie, the key is to actually use, you would need multiple monitors, right? And then you consolidate everything into one OBS layout, like what I have. It's like right now, this stream setup with the 33 GameCubes is utilizing, I think right now we're using 8 capture card inputs. 8 or 9 capture card inputs. So it just comes down to like you set up all your emulators on a different screen and then consolidate them into one OBS layout. What I actually would love to do, and I've never even tried it because I have such a crazy setup, I've never even really tried setting up a multi-emulator setup, but I think it would be really cool to create a script that can automatically open up the like multi-emulator windows for people. Because there's really not that much that would go into setting it up. You could just use like boot up arguments for dimensions and everything. Might need to fork an emulator to allow boot up arguments, but then if you did, like if you had boot up arguments, you could set up the emulators to open 30, 50 bajillion emulators. Let's see if Scyther with False Swipe helps with recruiting. The nice thing with False Swipe is, if you have a strong enough Pokemon, you put False Swipe and then one good move, you just False Swipe literally over and over and over and over and over again until the Pokemon is dizzy, and then you hit them with a strong move to knock them out. Like the best Pokemon for getting, for filling out decks and collecting Pokemon is like a Gutsy False Swiper. I think Wretched might have asked earlier how long it generally takes for me to set things up. When things are going well, I think it takes about 10 minutes to get the whole shiny hunting setup working. Today it took a little bit longer because I had to go and put some games back in, and I had to swap one of the Gamecubes out because the disk drive wasn't working. It really just depends on how long it's been since I last streamed. We also have, so we have 2 extra English discs and 2 extra Japanese discs that we use that kind of like increases or decreases the amount of time needed to get the hunt going. Another kind of cool thing is I have 1 extra Japanese disc because I didn't know that this existed. But when I was in Japan, or when I was in Korea, I went to the biggest tech mall in Seoul and we went shopping for games. So there's a couple things I got. I got an extra Pokemon Black, Korean Pokemon Black. I got my first, and then this finishes my Korean set, Korean Pokemon White 2. And then I also got a Korean Pokemon Gold for a friend. So I did pretty well, but then I really liked the lady that was running the shop that I bought these games from. So I felt like I got good prices. She was really nice. She told us that the Pokemon Gold that we bought was actually her son's original childhood Pokemon Gold. So she asked to get a picture of me buying it so she could send it to her son. And I was like, yeah, of course. Like, that's awesome. This is so cool. It's so cool to have this story. So after buying those things from her, I just wanted to like buy at least one more thing to just kind of thank her for being so sweet, because she had already locked in the sale with me on the other stuff, and then she was just really, really nice and let us film, and was just really cute. So I bought a extra Game Boy player with a Korean Game Boy player disc, and I was really hoping, like, oh my god, I did not know this existed. I was really hoping that the Korean Game Boy player disc would have Korean text. But unfortunately, the Game Boy player that's actually running the Korean disc is this one here in the middle. So I have a Japanese GameCube in the Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube kiosk. So it's a Japanese GameCube running the Korean Game Boy player disc. But the Korean version of the Game Boy player disc software just loads English text, which is really odd. You know, you'd think that maybe it would just be a disc with Korean text on it that would load the same software as the Japanese software. But instead, it loads the English Game Boy player software on Japanese systems. So I was a little disappointed that I didn't get Korean text. I thought it would have been really cool to have like a Korean overlay over the English Gen 3 or over the Gen 3 games, because there's no Korean Generation 3 Pokemon games. For those that don't know, due to Korean laws surrounding Japanese imports. There was never any Korean Generation 1 games. Then there was only Korean games for Gold and Silver. Then no Crystal, no Generation 3. And Generation 4 was released in Korea so late that none of the other Generation 4 Pokemon games have the Korean character set. They don't have Korean tech support. So Korea had like a very interesting history of Japanese titles in Korea. Even like the Nintendo 64 wasn't actually released by Nintendo in Korea. It was manufactured and sold by Hyundai. So the Hyundai, it's like the Hyundai Game Boy 64 is what was sold in Korea. Korea was still mad at Japan. Korea is justifiably probably never going to be 100% not mad with Japan, since Japan refuses to apologize or acknowledge a lot of the absolutely horrific things that imperialist Japan did to Korea. Which is like such water under the... It's so long ago now, I don't know why they wouldn't. Because it's just historical facts that Japan still refuses to acknowledge. For those that don't know, during one of the major wars between Japan and Korea, many Japanese soldiers would take Korean women as effectively prostitutes, and they were deemed companion women. And Japan still to this day insists that all of the Korean companion women that were taken by Japanese soldiers did so willingly, even though there are like many stories of Korean women having their uteruses removed, suffering burns, physical trauma, mental trauma. And it just is like, it's not interesting. It's surprising and disappointing that in the 21st century, there are still countries that refuse to just acknowledge that they did horrendous things in the past. Like, just acknowledge it. Everybody knows. Everybody already knows it happened. Nobody's going to think less of you as a country because 150 years ago you did terrible things. So that is why, justifiably, Korea had many import restrictions on Japanese manufactured goods and games and titles. Similar to how China had laws surrounding like not allowing the sale of electronics that weren't at least electronics or games that weren't at least partially owned by Korean companies. It's why Tencent has actually managed to take over so much of the market, because by being partially owned by Tencent, a game is able to access the absolutely giant Chinese market. Oh, engineer's right. Engineer's right. Like East Asia and like Asia in general does have like far more persistent racism than a lot of the West. Like the West, we still do have racism. I'm not going to deny it. But like, if I was to tally up the amount of racist things that I've heard in my life, I would say that I have definitely heard more racism coming from people from Asian countries talking about people from other Asian countries. Speaking of Korean Pokemon games, have you seen Etchy's video about how Korean Pokemon Platinum fixed one of the battle facilities? I I've not. I honestly like I really like a lot of Etchy's content. I just did not watch that one. I think because from the intro I thought that it was gonna be information I already knew. But I guess I will need to I'll need to look into it. Still wish we could have gotten all the extra content Chinese Pokemon Quest had. Especially because I'm not sure if it already has happened or if it's going to happen. But Chinese Nintendo Switches are losing internet access in the near future. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong or if new information has become available, but I am pretty sure that Chinese Switches will not have Nintendo Switch Online access in the future, which means that like uh is Pokemon Quest always online? It might not be, but like being able to access and re-download it might become extremely difficult. I don't know. I never got to play Chinese Quest. I think it would be a really cool thing to do. I'm sure that there's backups of it somewhere. Um, you hear India's getting the Nintendo Switch. There's some like interesting stuff coming up with the Nintendo Switch. The EU managed to push Nintendo into releasing a version of the Nintendo Switch 2 with a more easily replaceable battery. Unfortunately, it's not a hot swappable battery. I think it would have been insanely cool to just be able to hot swap your Nintendo Switch battery when it was getting low. But at least having easier access to repair in the future is going to be very, very cool. I don't think it's going to push me to get myself an extra Switch 2, but if in the future I needed to buy another Switch 2, I could definitely see myself leaning towards buying the European one. Yes, okay. Chinese Pokemon Quest is always online, and it also did require something like a it's not K-Talk is the Korean one. Is it just WhatsApp that they use mostly in China, or whatever the Chinese messaging app that predominantly exists is like required, so you need to effectively have like a full login. Yeah, that was one interesting thing about being in Korea is like a lot of Korean applications require phone number verification, and phone numbers are directly tied to your personal information, so they can check a database. If you put information in and it doesn't match the phone number, then you just can't make an account, which was interesting. I was limited even with my temporary Korean phone number from my roaming sim. I was not able to create a Bunjang account, which I wanted to make. You wonder if that's why we're yet to see a limited edition Switch 2? I think we're just yet to see a limited edition Switch 2 because Nintendo's being lame. Like I genuinely cannot understand why they wouldn't have just released a limited edition Switch 2 for Legends ZA. Like it would have sold really, really well. But I think what they might be doing is trying to curb the people who wait to buy a system, like waiting to buy a limited edition. Maybe they're just gonna like kind of from the future just say like we're not gonna do limited edition consoles. You buy the console and either you get it or you don't. So that for like their next console cycle, people understand like we're not gonna get a limited edition, just buy it now. Yo, Pink Freak, congrats. Chansey number 3, so you need, was that one more, right? Or two more? It's 5 to get Hippini. Jeez. How did I used to do 12-hour streams? That's crazy. Okay. I'm going to very, very briefly. I just need to go and get myself something to drink. Where is my, let's see, here we go. Add scene. Who's that Pokemon? Let me make sure this works. Yeah, I gotta drink a little bit of water real quick. I'm gonna give you guys who's that Pokemon? There we go. Okay, just so everybody knows, I mean, Who's That Pokemon is a game that you can play if you have channel points on Twitch. You can redeem another Who's That Pokemon. You can answer the questions on YouTube or Twitch. So as I get myself a little bit of milk, have fun, good luck. I'll talk to you in a little bit. I'll be back in like no more than 3 minutes.
Pokemon? It's Ligar. Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, I am back. Got a few raspberries for myself. I got some Cheez-Its. Some red pepper jelly to go with my Cheez-Its. Ah! Shoot. I immediately dropped red pepper jelly on my shirt. But okay. Let's see. Let's take a quick peek at this mini game for you guys. This one's tough. This is a Pokemon that is known for having many different sizes.
It's
Yo, Kaz, congrats on the shiny Fire Red Leaf Green starter on the Switch. Okay. Well, since we've been going through and kind of addressing all of the garbage nonsense that has gone on in like the last month and a half in the realm of the professor's lab, there's one more like quote unquote controversy that I think I should talk about a little bit, because Philly Beats You has said that like what I have done is an extremely bad look, and other creators are upset with what I've done here. But every year for the last few years, the Pokemon Company has had open applications for their creator program, or their influencer program as they call it, where you can get media passes for Pokemon events such as NAIC, EUIC, or the Pokemon World Championships. They have a very clear creator code of conduct that they share with creators when they apply, and share with creators once again once they get approved. Very clearly in the creator code of conduct, it states that creating content surrounding how to access ROMs or how to circumvent Nintendo's anti-piracy measures will result in the company not being able to work with you. They also say that like creating any content around modified ROMs or modified games will result in the company not being able to work with you. Now, historically, they've bent the rules on that slightly because there are people who've created mods or played modified versions of the games that have been allowed into the influencer program. But they still have restricted some things, like there was a creator who wanted to do a Pixelmon stream, but as somebody who had been a selected and featured content creator in the past, they pretty much had to delete all of their, they almost immediately deleted it, but they had to delete their tweet regarding their streaming of Pixelmon. They weren't allowed to talk about Pixelmon any further. A lot of content creators read through the creator code of conduct and they create content specifically to adhere by those rules so that they can work with and be sponsored by Pokemon. I'm sure that any of you who've been on Twitter over the last couple months probably saw the wave of content creators being rejected from the media or the influencer program for this upcoming Pokemon XP. A lot of people that I know personally felt very hurt by the fact that they were not selected, even though they work very hard, they make good content, and they follow the rules. And like my group of friends who create content, the people that I would consider being close with, I'm the only one that's ever been selected to attend the Pokemon World Championships in the past. I've spoken multiple times with the head of the influencer team, and I've kind of asked, hey, because like I got invited to Hawaii, and then they invited almost everybody back for the influencer program except for me. So after Hawaii Worlds, they created the content creator influencer Discord, and there was me and one other person that didn't get invited to this program. And I've talked to the influencer lead and I said, hey, is there like any specific reason that happened? And they were like, no, that it's nothing that you've done. We just have a lot of people interested in the program. So, just keep doing you and all will be fine. And I kind of I took that at face value, and we talked back and forth here and there throughout the ongoing years. But this year, something happened that really upset me. And it upset me not because I really think that I'm going to ever be selected as an influencer ever again, especially after everything that happened with me almost getting banned due to Pokemon Rescue and me getting banned from the Play Pokemon or from the Professor program. Like, I don't think that Pokemon's going to work with me again in the future. So personally, no horses left in the race, but definitely was disappointed seeing people think that like the fact that they were rejected means that their content isn't good enough, when the rules for how people get selected for the influencer program are not really rules at all. You see some creators with like hundreds of thousands of followers get refused for seemingly no reason. You get some people with like 1,000 followers get accepted for seemingly no reason. And I'm not saying that people with few followers shouldn't have a chance at the program, but it does seem odd that there's almost no justification given for like why people are rejected or why people are accepted, right? But like I said earlier on, the creator code of conduct is very clear about not allowing people who create content surrounding Pokemon ROMs or how to circumvent Nintendo's what's the word for it? Copyright protections. or, yeah, what, not copyright protections, piracy protections. Yes. So, would you believe it if I told you that the creator who for the last like multiple years has had the most viewed how to hack your Switch and how to hack your Nintendo 3DS in 2025, or how to hack your Nintendo 3DS in 2026, the creator who has the most viewed guides for hacking your Switch and hacking your 3DS was invited on as an influencer. They have made literally tens of thousands of dollars creating guides for how to hack your 3DS and how to hack your Nintendo Switch. And this is the kind of content that the influencer program is actively now supporting, while actively rejecting content creators for seemingly no reason. Creators that they've worked with historically. So, I thought this seemed extremely unfair. It felt like a slap in the face to everybody who got rejected, just saying like, yeah, I mean, you'll never know why you got rejected, but it should be known that we would rather work with the creator known for distributing hacked Pokemon and creating guides for hacking your Nintendo Switch systems. We want to work with them. We don't want to work with you. Slap in the face to everybody who got rejected, in my opinion. So I wanted to go through the correct channels. I messaged the head of influencer marketing, the person who I've talked with in the past multiple times, somebody who sent me multi-paragraph messages, somebody that I've conversed with over the years. I sent them kind of a breakdown of just, hey, just so you know, it kind of feels like a bit of a slap in the face to everybody who got rejected, knowing that one of the, like somebody who creates guides for hacking Nintendo Switches systems and doing hacked Pokemon giveaways got accepted. And then I sent him some screenshots. I sent him a Internet Archive webpage of the creator's YouTube page with all of their hack guides and showcases of different hacked systems and softwares. And this is the first time that the head of influencer marketing has ever hit me with a like copy paste answer. So historically, they've responded to my messages. They've been super sweet, super nice. I send them this and they say, for any concerns regarding the influencer program, please reach out to influencers@pokemon.com. Thank you for your concern. So doesn't acknowledge the fact that they are working with somebody who, like, at this very moment, when I sent this message, was the owner, and I'm not sure if they still are because they've privated the Discord at the moment, but at this time was the owner of the biggest hack Pokemon giveaway server in the world. A like 50,000+ person server that charges $6 or $10 a month for people to have access to GTS hacked Pokemon trade bots. So this is somebody making huge amounts of money off of guides for hacking systems and hacked Pokemon giveaway systems as well. So I reached out and then I was like, fine, if they're not going to respond to me on Twitter, I'll send an email. So I sent an email and then I waited a week. Everybody else started getting, so then like another wave of creator rejection emails went out. So I'm like, okay, obviously in the last week, they've had time to be reviewing emails and reviewing things, and they've just chosen not to respond to my email, especially because it was marked as opened. Because for things like this, I always check whether or not I always add a tracker. So like this email has been opened, right? And ignored. So then I go on Twitter and I just say, I feel like it's crazy that the influencer team has endorsed and supported and invited a creator who makes hacked Pokemon giveaways and guides for hacking Nintendo systems, while also rejecting a lot of creators who actively put their heart into things. And I attached screenshots of the YouTube channel with the guides for hacking 3DSs. I attached Internet Archive links for you know, the web or the YouTube channel, because when I linked the YouTube channel, or when I added the screenshot of the guides, they immediately deleted that guide. The guide that I included in a screenshot for how to hack your 3DS, they deleted that video. But I already had them dead to rights. I had the Internet Archive of the webpage, of their multiple guides. I had Internet Archive links of them advertising the hacked Pokemon giveaway Discord server that they own in their video descriptions. And what's crazy to me is that TPC, I guess, is just doubling down and not admitting that that's something that they're not admitting that they were wrong, or they're just deciding that they will work with this individual who could have easily afforded their own tickets to Pokemon XP because they're making thousands of dollars a month off of hacked Pokemon. So Philly Beats You chimes in and he's like, Rex, this is such a bad look that you'd go after another creator. And I'm like, the rules are really clear. This creator is taking a slot from somebody that follows the rules and deserves to be there. And then Philly's like, well, you know, they deleted the video and they probably won't make videos like that again. And I'm like, but they still actively have the Discord server active where people can pay to have access to a hacked Pokemon giveaway bot. No response to that one, obviously. But what also happened, what's crazy, is when I got accepted for the creator program for Honolulu, there was a creator who got accepted into the program. They were really excited. They posted about getting accepted. And then a few days later, they were removed from the creator program because it came to light that they, on the side, also created OnlyFans content. So do I think that TPC should be endorsing people who create OnlyFans content? Probably not, right? But if there's a precedent that's been set where they are able to revoke invites to the Pokemon World Championships, but they have, so there's like a precedent set where they will do that if it is shown that a creator has breached the creator code of conduct. But in this case, they won't. And I just don't understand why. I don't understand why me bringing it to light was a problem. I don't want to throw the other creator under the bus. I don't care if they make guides for how to hack your Nintendo systems. What I care about is that them being allowed to attend and them being Galactic. I do feel like this all being drama is stupid. And I think I've done what I can. Moving forward, I'm just gonna like keep my nose out of it because I think it's become pretty obvious to me that the people who care can't do anything about it, and the people that don't care are just gonna think that you're a bad person for trying to make things right. So, hmm. Sharp white cheddar Cheez-Its are good, dude. Damn. Okay. Boont says in their experience, um, these kinds of weird, disparate treatment scenarios are due to a party involved knowing or being familiar with the party that has the decision to influence. Yeah, I mean, the influencer team at Pokemon is 2 people. So I think if your whole team is 2 people, it definitely opens things up to being extremely unfair and biased. But I don't know. I don't want to end up being like Verlisify. Like I don't just want to hate on everything for the sake of hating on everything. But recently it's just been that like I've been hating on things for the sake of just wanting things to be fair. There should always be Drew says like appreciated me bringing it to light because there should be accountability to some extent for breaking the rules. Um that's kind of what I'm saying is like he's hiding the fact that he has been actively in breach of the creator code of conduct. Like you can go to his channel right now and he has videos playing Pokemon Sapphire on a Nintendo Switch. There's no legal way to play Pokemon Sapphire on a Nintendo Switch. Like I just looking at the fact that he got accepted to me is just proof that the influencer team didn't do their due diligence and isn't actually all that familiar with Pokemon. Because KevDog, the creator that got accepted, if you hear that name and you've ever tried to actively use the GTS or do wonder trading, I guarantee you that you are familiar with the name. I am sure that you've come across hacked KevDog giveaway Pokemon at some point, and that just ends up being a waste of your time, and it entirely like invalidates the value of the GTS. That they're just full of hacked Pokemon. But I think I was surprised that there were like no other creators that seemed to really have a problem with it. Because the only other creator that commented on the entire situation was one that called me out and said that it was a bad look. Because I guess I wasn't like sticking together with other creators. We're like, let's be honest, let's call a spade a spade. Historically, very few creators have like stuck up for me. I know a few. Like there are some creators that I really really appreciate who have like stuck their necks out for me. But in the grand scheme of things, like creators have not stuck together to help me with anything. So to like call me out for like not sticking together or supporting other creators, I'm like, that's fine, but I don't see other creators supporting me. Yeah, I think that I don't know if any of them are still active, but like KevDog has made so many videos about ZA trade codes. Yeah. Exactly. KevDog will make videos about like distribution cartridges, but they're just like distribution cartridges made by fans that are not being advertised as being made by fans. Also,
Cassis has joined the lab.
to briefly touch, somebody asked I was only banned because of Pokemon Rescue. I was almost banned for running Pokemon Rescue because I had included some distribution cartridges in the Pokemon Rescue case. So including those games, or including the distribution cartridges in the Pokemon Rescue case, almost got me banned from Play Pokemon. I got like a full disciplinary warning. I was told that if I showed up to Worlds, I was going to be banned from Play Pokemon. I was going to be banned from the Professor program. All of that for having distribution cartridges. Once again, if you go and look at KevDog's YouTube channel, even after he's gone ahead and deleted a lot of his hacking guides, he still has a bunch of videos about like distribution cartridges. So I don't know, the double standards once again, right? One person almost gets entirely banned for owning distribution cartridges. One person gets like invited to Worlds as a sponsored and featured creator for creating videos about distribution cartridges. So, you want to go watch the Evangelion movie tonight? Jaxos? 7:30. It's BS. It is BS. I 100% agree, both of these. And that's why I wanted to call it out, because I was like, I gave it plenty of time. He announced he was going quite a while ago. And I was just like, I gave it some time. I emailed the influencer team. I messaged the head of influencing. I went through like private channels to try and do something about it. And then I went public. But it is what it is. I don't know. Can I go to Worlds without the district cards? Yeah, so that all ended up getting resolved. That was like a whole bunch of drama that we had back in August, where me and my team drafted a full email of like exactly what we were planning to bring, exactly what we were planning on doing, and got everything figured out. So we were able to go and run Pokemon Rescue. We just weren't able to bring any of like anything that wasn't ever available to the public. We're not allowed to bring with us. But Pokemon has been so difficult to work with in regards to us trying to run Pokemon Rescue, where they like will kick us out of the event menu. We can only do things outside of ticketed areas. So they'll kick us out of the event menu. For Milwaukee, I messaged them way in advance, being like, "Hey, here's how Pokemon Worlds went. It was really successful. Here are some of the success stories. Here are a couple of the emails I got from the people that were able to partake. It went really well. Would it be possible for me to run Pokemon Rescue during the Milwaukee Regionals?" And I sent that email around the end of August. Milwaukee Regionals was, I think, like early to mid-October, and I just didn't hear back from them. And I did not hear back from them until after Milwaukee Regionals was already over. And I said that's so, and they said, we can't, well, pretty much they just kind of emailed back like, "Oh, sorry, we missed your email. We didn't get back to you in time, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, that's fine. Coming up is Toronto Regionals in January. Would it be possible for us to run Pokemon Rescue during the Toronto Regionals? And we got the exact same treatment. I responded to them within an hour, and we just got pushed back again. So honestly, like Kyle and I are at a point right now where it's like, I need to sit down. I need to make the Pokemon Rescue video because it's going to be a really good video with some really compelling stories. And then I just need to probably give up on running Pokemon Rescue at official Pokemon events, because the hope will be that if I can get a video out that does well, hopefully I'll be able to advertise as like, if you pay for me to fly to an event and you give me a table, I will come to your event and run Pokemon Rescue. Like, I don't want to make money off of it, but I just want to be somewhere where people want me to be there. Also, you can't get Vulpix and Fire Red. I know, but it's more just I only have 16 copies of Leaf Green, so. So Fire Red's just along for the ride. It should have him fun. It's heartbreaking that Pokemon is handling it like that. Yeah, I mean, it is just disappointing how little communication they were willing to offer to us. And it has been like making me feel more and more jaded because I was invited. I was invited as an influencer for the Pokemon Worlds in Hawaii, and I really tried hard to like follow their rules and stay on their good side. And all that it really got me was like shunned without any explanation. Or running Pokemon Rescue is supposed to be a really cool project where I help people rescue their childhood Pokemon or some Pokemon that are really special memories to them for zero profit. For full transparency, on top of all of the costs of us going to EUIC, running Pokemon Rescue cost us at least an extra $230 because we had to pay for extra carry-on luggage so that we could bring our cases. Like, bare minimum. Running Pokemon Rescue DUIC cost us $230 of our own money, right? I'm not here to make money. I'm here to just like help people take their memories and like preserve them in some way or like make new memories with their Pokemon. So yeah, it's been frustrating. It's been frustrating that like I've been shunned by the Pokemon company for that and that they haven't just had an open dialogue with me about it or given me any like clear answers as to why they won't answer me about things. Galactic, that leads us into like an absolutely awesome segue. It won't be an in-person event, but there will be an upcoming Professor's Lab Run event that all of you, I'm sure, will want to partake in. So, this is like really sad, and it's something that has probably really affected my mood over the last few months. Um, but for those of you who are avid members of the Professor's Lab, you might recognize the name Reggie Ultima. Reggie has been a member of the Professor's Lab since day one. They've been a supporter of everything that we've done since before we did our first ever stream. And unfortunately, back at the end of February, Reggie passed away to us very unexpectedly. So we didn't know of Reggie's passing until a little bit later on. But it has been very devastating for me to just have like somebody who has probably spent hundreds of hours, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours chatting with me on stream, be no longer with us in the community. But also Reggie was a very active member of the Pokemon Ribbons community, which is the community that really like propped up my passion for Pokemon. And when I was going through some really, really tough times personally, they were a community that really made me feel like I was, I don't know, valued, and I was, able to find places on the internet where I could be surrounded by like-minded individuals. So, so Reggie has unfortunately passed away. Reggie was a huge Pokemon Ribbon fan, and for a long while, I've been wanting to get back into hosting charity events. In 2023, we hosted a very, very successful Arbor Week. Arbor Week raised 10,000 US dollars, and like over Arbor Week's lifespan, we raised over 16,000 US dollars between the 3 events that we ran. And one of the charities that I've really wanted to shine more light on and offer more support to has been the Starlight Children's Foundation. Now, I don't know how many of you in chat, there's like 50 or so of you. How many of you are familiar with the Starlight Children's Foundation? And going further than that, like how many of you, when you were younger, ever played on one of the Starlight Children's Foundation hospital kiosks? All gaming kiosks in hospitals for kids to use on like those really tragic days, really stressful days. No kid should have to be in a hospital surrounded by 4 hospital rooms, the smells of a hospital, the stress of often not knowing what's going to happen. So the Starlight Children's Foundation does 3 things. They do gaming consoles, they do experiences, and they do once in a lifetime wishes. So similar to Make-A-Wish, they do offer like those like once in a lifetime experiences, like we're going to take you to Disneyland to meet Mickey Mouse for terminal patients, right? They also offer experiences like days of going to like tickets for hockey games or soccer games or museum days. But for me, most importantly, they work with Nintendo to install gaming kiosks that can be wheeled in and out of hospital rooms so that kids who are spending time in the hospital have something that they can do instead of just focusing on being sick all the time. Professor Tops, when we were younger, spent a lot of random time in and out of hospitals, and he had really bad asthma and a lot of allergies. They had to remove his tonsils. And when he had his tonsils removed, instead of focusing on all of the pain and the stress of the surgery, he was able to play through the entirety of Super Mario Galaxy on the Nintendo Wii, thanks to one of the Starlight Children's Foundation Wii kiosks. The GameCube behind me is actually a Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube kiosk, also known as the Fun Center, the Starlight Children's Foundation Fun Center. And we were able to get a hold of Reggie's family, and they had said that they were going to be opening some sort of charity in Reggie's name, but unfortunately, at this point, we actually haven't been able to reestablish contact with Reggie's family, so we don't really know what's going on with that. But, and this is really cool. I'm sorry I'm getting upset, but this is going to be really cool. I have spoken with one of the representatives for the Starlight Children's Foundation Canada, and if we do a charity fundraising event and we are able to raise enough funds to have a a Starlight Fun Center installed in one or more hospitals, we can actually have a sticker permanently installed on the side that says, like, in loving memory of Reggie. And I don't know, for me, I just I really want to honor their memory in some way. Reggie was like, Reggie was Reggie was the kind of Pokemon fan where when I didn't know something, I would ask Reggie. It was like just this well of knowledge. And even though I know a lot, I was always like, if I don't know the answer, Reggie will know the answer, or Reggie knows exactly who to ask. So we're planning out the event. I haven't narrowed it down exactly, but I think we're going to name it it's going to be like Rising Stars Week. And the idea is going to be that you track down a Pokemon that's special to you in some way. You like shiny hunt a Pokemon, you go back to your childhood game and you catch a Pokemon there, or you think of a way, because we're going to have some time before the event. Think of a Pokemon that would be special to you. And then as a community, we're going to try and collect as many ribbons as we can, because that was kind of like Reggie's thing. Reggie had, I think they said, Venti was saying over 50 Ribbon Masters in the Ribbon Master Hall of Fame. So 50 Pokemon that had gone through and collected like every single ribbon. And I don't think that there's like really ever been a Ribbon Master event. So, let me do the math here. There's 2 kiosks that we are going to aim to have installed. Let me go to my calculator. So there is, and you can look these up online. If you look up Starlight Children's Foundation Switch Fun Center, there's 2 variants. So one of them is a Nintendo Switch Lite in a like Pelican case. And that one is one that is set up in a way where it can be like portable and it can be entirely wiped down and sanitized very easily. And then there is also the full-size Fun Center, and that one is Nintendo Switch with a flat screen TV, 2 pairs of controllers so that the kids there can not just play with themselves, but like play with whoever they're in the hospital with. And what's really cool is the either of the 2 Fun Centers include Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So we've Kyle and I, Professor Tops and I have already arranged that whenever we want to set up a time for it, we can go to the Starlight Children's Foundation of Canada headquarters. We can record and potentially do some shiny hunting on one of the on the Switch one that they have there at their headquarters. And then the goals are, so if we want the Nintendo Switch Lite one, 2,100 USD is kind of the cost for all of the licensing for the games, the service contract with Nintendo, and the installation and upkeep of the small Nintendo Switch Pelican case. And then 7,000, I believe it's 7,100 USD is the fundraising goal to have one of the large ones installed in a hospital as well. So our goal will be to, I think my goal is to get at least one. But I think that with some hard work, I don't see why getting 2 of them installed wouldn't be possible. As of right now, there isn't one that's been organized with the Nintendo Switch 2. The next time I talk to them, I was gonna ask if there was any plans for that, because we could always delay getting the kiosk installed until a Switch 2 one is available, but I haven't been able to confirm if there's one in the works yet. But even then, Nintendo does expect that any kiosk that we install right now will be in service for 8 years. And many of the kiosks over their lifespan are played by literally thousands of children. And I think that as far as like honoring Reggie's memory, giving people the opportunity to play games on like their worst days is something that I think that they would be able to appreciate. And the fact that we'll be able to have like a very physical result of our fundraising will be really cool. Something that just is like in memory of Reggie Ultima. So yeah. Somebody said they would love to see what a Professor's Lab event will look like. We're working on one. Obviously won't be in person, but we're gonna try to make it as fun as we can, despite the fact that like kind of sad reasonings for doing it. But yeah, honestly, I think in the time since we learned of Reggie's passing, I've just felt kind of weird. Um, I've only ever really experienced the death of one other person that I was like familiar with. I had a family friend who took their own life when I was in my first year of university, and I don't know. It's something that I think I'm struggling to reconcile with, but also my very close friends, Canned Wolf Meat, Venti, and Kiki are all like struggling even further with, because no longer do we have that person that was just like always available to talk to us, or I don't have that person that was always willing to lend me a Pokemon for PvP. Like Reggie lent me Pokemon for regionals. Reggie lent me Pokemon for NAIC when I competed. Lent me Pokemon for grinding the ladder. So I still have an NDD from Reggie. And for those of you who've watched my 10 shiny Pokemon that we will never find again video, if you remember the segment of 10 shiny Pokemon that we'll never find again, the segment around the hydro pump wielding Drillbur, that is a gift that was given to me by Reggie. They held on to that raid and they knew that I didn't have it. And they waited until Safari Balls were released in the game, knowing that Safari Balls are my favorite balls. And they went and they caught me one of those raid Drillburs and held on to it until it was allowed to trade, and then gave it to me as a Christmas present. Like, just so many steps of them being a thoughtful gift giver, and now they're just gone. It's the first time in a really long time I've had to deal with that. Wretched, thank you for dropping by. I will definitely advertise the event, and I would love for like, I don't just want it to be me running it. Like, I would love for plenty of people to join in with the fundraiser. So thank you for dropping by. We're probably only gonna go for another. I'll probably go for another hour or so. Do they have a Twitter or Instagram? Starlight or Reggie? I think if you look up Starlight Children's Foundation CA, that's like the Canadian one. They don't seem overly active on it. Starlight Canada. It's a very small team. Um, I think that they only have around 20 employees. So But yeah, Ember Sky, there's a link to the Discord, to our Discord down in the description. If you want to drop pictures of your kiosks, I would love to see them. Right now we have we have the Starlight GameCube kiosk, we have a Wii kiosk, a Switch kiosk, and then in parts we need to refurbish a Wii U kiosk. How did you come across your kiosks? I'm curious because most of mine are Facebook Marketplace. Fill up. Fill up. We got shiny Ekans earlier. That's it so far. But this has been my first stream back in quite a while, so we've covered a lot of the happenings over the last couple of months between me getting banned from the professor program, going to Korea, touched a little bit on GoFest, the upcoming Pokemon Ribbon Mastering event that I'm planning to host in honor of our friend Reggie. Random other stupid drama. Much tea. We've had a very tea-filled stream today. How about you? How's your dinner, buddy? I'm eating some crackers, so forgive me if you hear the crunchiness. Oh! Are you and Julie doing GoFest together in Copenhagen? That's going to be so much fun. Okay. My recommendation was I didn't realize this, but at GoFest in Chicago, the central area, the conservatory zone, they had it set up where like there's like 500 unique species of Pokemon that spawn in the central area. So shiny hunt in the middle area, I didn't realize it. I just thought it was a weird spawn pool, but there's like a lot of weird and crazy things that spawn in the middle area. Definitely go and like hang out at the team tents, get your pins and stuff. My recommendation would be buy the city experience tickets, but just kind of play casually those days. And like tour the city. Like go have fun being a tourist and like let Pokemon facilitate parts of that experience in the city. Um Otherwise you get a level 15 Mewtwo, which is really cool. Kyle actually got a shiny level 15 Mewtwo. Yeah, no, just have fun. Bring a battery bank, obviously. Bring 2 battery banks, probably. If it rains, my recommendation for dealing with rain is to always bring a large, like, freezer-sized Ziploc bag when you can fit both your hands in. And then if it's raining, you can still play without your phone screen getting wet, because you can just put your phone and your hands in the bag. What I would definitely say, Philip, is you are far more likely to remember the people that you met at GoFest than the Pokemon that you caught. Um, so remember that I think the best way to do, I mean, really any Pokemon event, but Pokemon Go for sure. The best way to do an event like that is to use Pokemon as an opportunity to like facilitate meeting people and facilitate seeing the real world in ways that you might not have seen otherwise. But yeah, people at GoFest are usually so friendly. Make a list of Pokemon that you want to trade and like write the Pokemon that you're looking for and the Pokemon that you can give away. And you'll probably be able to meet some people that way, just like people who are looking to trade, especially if you have like Pokemon from North America or like you have like World's Pikachus and things like that. Yeah, I don't know. Sunscreen, hat or whatever. Standard stuff for going outside. You're gonna be there with Craig and Amy too? I'm actually so jealous. No, I'm like actually so jealous. That's crazy. I had a good time at GoFest in New York, but I don't think that I would be able to like rationalize going to Europe again this soon. But maybe next year. Kyle was saying that like Kyle was saying he doesn't really want to go to Worlds if it's just going to keep being in like the US, and he would definitely rather go visit everybody in Europe. So maybe next year we'll do GoFest together in Europe somewhere. David, Law Lemons in chat with the new deck list for NAIC. I mean, I bet he's just running Dragapult. He's probably just a Dragapult user. How's it going, David? Good to see you. You're leaving. Are you just driving to EUIC? Every time someone you look up to does a charity event, it makes you want to do something for a couple causes you believe in that have impacted your family. Yeah, like I think that if you're ever hosting a charity event, the easiest charities to support are the ones that you personally believe in. And it's the easiest one for you to talk about. So us doing Starlight Children's Foundation is just because I can point to an exact moment in Professor Tops and I's life where the work that they do dramatically improved our lives, and I think that I can see it continuing to happen day in and day out with the work that they've done over the last 30 years. Little 8-hour drive. Hopefully it's not going to be too hot and sweaty for you. There was some weather in Chicago. It was very hot and very rainy during GoFest. I think it rained every day that I was there, but that was okay. It was like survivable rain, survivable heat. My feet were very wet, and I didn't really get to talk much about GoFest, but my decision to attend GoFest in Chicago this year was somewhat last minute. Like I really only started to formulate plans about a week before I left. And I slept in the car on the way to GoFest. So I kind of like slept partially overnight on Thursday night / Friday morning. Took like a 3-hour nap in the car, about an hour and a half outside of Chicago. And then on Friday night, I slept in the car in the burbs outside of Chicago, and then took a shower in my friend's tiny little hotel room. And then Sunday night, I actually found out that a couple of my friends had an extra bunk in a bunk bed, so I slept there. But I really did like a hobo sim run of GoFest, and I don't know. I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the car, but sleeping in the car in the suburbs was definitely a lot different than usually where I sleep in the car, which is like side of a road in a forest or like one of those rest stops. So I woke up at one point with like a little half nightmare of somebody knocking on my window, and I woke up and there was actually nobody there. Logan, thank you for letting me sleep on your top of bunk instead of in my car. It was very nice. I actually got a good night's rest that night, even though I was only asleep for like 4 hours. Someone woke you up in your car and told you to leave once? Yeah, I mean, I would have been surprised. But I'm sure that if somebody woke me up in my car and told me to leave, I would kind of be like, okay. And then like move a couple of roads over and then go back to sleep. I'm not really sure what the laws around sleeping in your car are, so. Always happy to help a friend out. Hopefully we can all visit Canada sometime soon. The weather has been very, very nice so far this summer, so. I would love for you to all come up. I have a very big tent. I think that like realistically, between like the hammock tents that I have and the like giant tent that I have, we could probably do like a 7-person camping trip. When's the shiny hunting car video coming out? It's a great question. When are any of my videos coming out? When I have the time and motivation. I think I was saying this at the beginning of stream. Sometimes the hardest thing is finding the combination of the time and the motivation at the same time to do things. Sometimes I have the time, but not the motivation. Sometimes I have the motivation, but not the time. One day, shiny hunting car video is going to come out. It'll actually come out and be even better because we got a shiny Sandshrew. I was driving my friend Steven Steezy and his homeboy from the motel to GoFest, and he found a shiny Sandshrew. So there is now 4 shiny Pokemon that have been found in the shiny hunting car. Call it Timivation. The time and motivation at the same time. Yes, I need to like sit down. That's like my big plan this week. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to pump out a video. I want to finish the Mousehold family of 3 event hunt video. So part 2 to the Mousehold video. Finish that. And then I'm going to sit down and I need to like really make a list of like priorities. Yes, Lawlemon's got Zigzagoon. Steven Steezy's friend got Sandshrew. Triggery, I believe, got Nidorina. And I got Nidorina. Triggs, is that right? You got Nidorina? You got something in the Surprise Zone and failed. I think it was Nidorina. We're at 2 fails and 2 successes so far. Shiny Pokemon Hunt says if you're not bothering anyone, you should be able to do what you want. Within reason. Yeah. I think that like sleeping in your car, I don't know, you're not really bothering anyone there. You're not bothering anybody. So I don't know. I made it a very inexpensive trip to Chicago. I think total fees that I had to pay were like expensive. Dude, Chicago's McDonald's is so expensive. I don't know if it's just that the US is really expensive because the Canadian dollar is weak, but like goddamn, McDonald's is expensive in the States there in Chicago. So I got McDonald's breakfast in the morning, which I think was like $7 USD, which is not that much, but I mean like come on, for like a tiny little sandwich. Ridiculous. $6 for a sundae, which is crazy because in Toronto, an ice cream sundae is $1.99 Canadian, and they wanted freaking like $6. I'm like, that's crazy. $6 USD, whatever. What else did I have to pay for? And that was a lot of it. I didn't pay for parking because I found out that if you like kind of park outside of the downtown core of Chicago, there's just free street parking. So since I brought my bike with me, I just parked outside of the downtown core of Chicago and then rode my bike into Chicago. So I didn't pay for parking, which was good. That was like some money saving. I paid for 3 tanks of gas. The whole trip, I think, took like 3.5 tanks of gas. So 3 tanks of gas I paid for, 1/2 tank of gas somebody else paid for because I did like a little bit of an Indiana Jones cleanup at the end of the event, and I got a couple of things that were pretty cool. So somebody paid me 1/2 tank of gas for one of the things that I picked up, and that was pretty cool. Oh, and then I guess it was like $50 for the membership and the, like, my half of the membership and the ticket to go to the Pokemon Museum. So like I paid for Pokemon Museum, a little bit of food, 3 tanks of gas. Honestly, all in all, not too bad. Oh, and I got my mom 4 bottles of wine because even though we're elbows up here in the professor's lab, she did want a little bit of California wine. It belongs in my basement. It belongs in my basement. Lindsay, you want to see? You want to see? Like I'm gonna send you a message. I got like 11 things similar to what I'm sending you now. So a collection of 11 objects. How did I afford 33 Gamecubes? Oh, there's like a mix of factors. I used to sell cars. Credit card debt. That's always one. I don't recommend that one, but sometimes. Yes, the 33 GameCube setup does require, or like I only have a couple of Game Boy Player discs, so that saves a lot of money. Also, lots of Facebook Marketplace. Lots of negotiating with like my local game store. 16 of my GameCubes I got for like 20 Canadian dollars each. 5 or 6 of them we got in Japan for about $15 each. Can't believe I found free parking near downtown Chicago. Yeah, I mean, I found free parking within like a 40-minute walk of the downtown core. And since I had my city experience in the morning, I kind of just used like parking slightly further outside of the downtown area as my city experience to walk in, because the city experience extended pretty far out. Using a heat gun, exactly. Using the heat gun to warm up the disk drive until it works. Melting 1 or 2 disk drives accidentally over time. Found a shiny Magikarp you faced on all Zone 6 months without getting an Alpha Houndoom. I got a shiny Magikarp in Zone 6 in 3 minutes of fast fly resets on the demo kiosk at the Pokemon Magikarp run in Seoul. And that was so hype. That was so hype. Infinite Money Glitch. Yes. That one, up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start, select, and then just increase money to $50 million and then buy 33 GameCubes. If it wasn't for the fact that there was like the back handles on the GameCube that kind of limit your ability to actually make them into a cube of cubes would be very fun to try and play on. Oh, okay, David. I haven't talked about this on stream, I think, because this is kind of new. Professor Tops and I have recently been buying random things off of like commercial auction sites, and we got a commercial grade radio transmitter. And legally, I do not think that we are actually licensed to use it in any capacity. But off the record, how cool would it be to use a commercial radio frequency generator to generate a Wavebird controller's RF signals and like Wavebird from across the city? Just saying. I already looked into it. The biggest problem is if you get like legally licensed. Why did Drew leave a message that immediately got deleted? That's crazy. If you get legally licensed to use a radio frequency generator, they give you like a range of frequencies that you're allowed to use, which I do not think would include the radio frequency, like the frequency range of the Wavebird. So I think we would need to do like an unlicensed generation of the Wavebird frequency, but I mean, imagine how cool that would be. I wonder if it would be possible to just like take the RF generator of the Wavebird and then attach it to an amplifier or something. Anyways, that's one of the things that we randomly got. Oh, another really cool thing and a cool project we're going to have to work on. Professor Tops found a quote-unquote broken claw machine on Facebook Marketplace for 100 USD, so 150 Canadian dollars, right? And all that was broken was one loose cable. So we pretty well have a fully working claw machine for 100 USD. And we ordered the part needed to like access the M32 chip so that we can change some of the programming, but we were able to change the music that it plays already. And we're gonna try to make we're gonna make a Pokemon themed one and then fill it with our Pokemon plushies. I can't believe I've never seen anybody do it. Get a claw machine and then put their stuffies in it. Make the claw machine a channel point redeem. Not even a bad idea. Actually, such a fun idea. Set up a camera facing it and just make it so that you guys can go and watch a channel or watch me do a claw machine. Yeah, so like brief overview. The stream is long today. If you guys want a full rundown of most of what's happened in the last month and a half since I last streamed, go back at the end of the stream. You can kind of watch through us chatting about stuff. But one big thing is we're going to be doing a charity event. I think that right now I've tentatively put things for second week of August, I believe. Let me double check here. Start week. August, I think we're tentatively aiming for like August 7th to 17th. Integrate it with chat, let chat control the claw left and right. I think that like I was thinking about that. I think if I was able to like entirely disable the timer, and I think I can. I think I can make it like free play with no timer on the how long it takes to drop it. Make it so that you can like input a command of like 3 seconds up, 1 second right, and then it just like inputs that and then drops the claw. Like that would be pretty cool. Also, it's a double tap machine, which is really cool. For those of you who aren't familiar with claw machines, a lot of claw machines just kind of like drop the claw, close it, and pull it up. But a double tap machine, you can tap a second time to close the claw mid-drop, which gives you like a little bit more freedom for trying to grab things more efficiently. So $100 for a double tap claw machine that works is really sick. So far, I've managed to replace the game music with Pokemon Battle Revolution background music. Not bad. But it did like by default come with some of the most cursed music. It's like it's got a bunch of Chinese names on the music tracks, but they have like 150 kilobyte Taylor Swift. They have just trains, screeching trains. Long range Wavebird would be so cool. I mean, that's gonna be like a really big project and also illegal, so I don't really know when that video might be done, but like I think it would be really cool. I think it would be really cool to do like long range Wavebird like over a lake or something. Like go to my friend's cottage and do like Wavebird over the lake. Because if you're far enough out of kind of civilization, I feel like playing with RF generators is less problematic. Not that kind of lake. I mean, like, do it in international waters. Wait. Does the FCC have jurisdiction over, like, radio frequencies in international waters? Is there somewhere where you could just use a radio frequency generator however the hell you want? The world's longest shiny hunt. Crazy. Just do it in Somalia. I mean, they got bigger fish to fry, right? When I was a kid, I had a walkie-talkie, right? And I genuinely, like, don't think people believe me when I try to tell this story, but I would play around with this walkie-talkie's radio frequencies, and there was one radio frequency where I managed to have, like, a full-on walkie-talkie conversation with another person. Like, back and forth. And it was not somebody that had the other walkie-talkie that I owned, because I had both of them with me. So it wasn't like my dad or something. It was just like some guy who picked up me talking on the walkie-talkie, and we had a conversation. But I was so young, I don't think that I can't even, like, try to prove the story. But yes, Tops and I have been spending time shopping on very, very weird auction sites. Drew, we got, like, a set, like, $25 each. We got a set of Cisco HDMI like presentation TV. Like, these are HDMI switchers that are, like, literally thousands of dollars, and we got them for $25 each. I was hoping that they would work as multi-viewers, but you can only do picture-in-picture of one video over another one. You can't do split video, and the OS is locked down, but it is still kind of cool. They're, like, high-quality 4K HDMI splitters that can connect. You can connect via Ethernet and then SSH command switch stuff. Pretty cool. Don't know if it's going to be something that I can ever execute on, but I've been recently thinking about the concept of opening an arcade. I feel like making YouTube content and then opening an arcade, I feel like I could merge those two together some way. Make custom arcade machines, kind of make videos about them and then have people come and try them out. Yeah, obviously claw machine in the arcade. I was thinking like a Jirachi, like a Pokemon Rescue, but like as an arcade cabinet. So you could like bring your own games and help transfer Pokemon up, or like come in and get a Jirachi or something. I was also just thinking it would be kind of fun to make like a GameCube arcade cabinet. It was just a tiny person inside the walkie-talkie. Lemons, you bringing up me asking Venti legal questions is so funny. When I was in Chicago, I kept asking Venti legal questions. I was like, as a lawyer, you should know this, right? And then I would ask him a legal question that is not in his jurisdiction nor in his state. And he was like, I don't know, but probably not. And then I would hit him with like, as a lawyer, you should know this, and then entirely irrelevant questions. So I do hit Venti with those questions all the time, actually. Like, Venti, as a lawyer, you should know this. Am I allowed to drink and ride my bike in Chicago? And he's like, probably not a good idea regardless. They have arcade machines that are basically GameCubes, right? Well, there's an arcade in Toronto named Free Play. Yeah, it's Free Play. It's not actually free. It's $5. So it's $5 cover fee to get in, and then everything is set to free play, so you can just play as much as you want. And they have like hacked Wii, GameCube, SNES, N64 with like every single game on them. And then I was like, dude, first off, people love those. They just have like a little table with all the controllers, and you can sit down and play and eat some food. But as far as cost goes for setting up an arcade, hacked consoles are so cheap compared to like proper pinball machines and arcade cabinets and stuff. So you should check out the 8-Bit Guy, a YouTuber who opened an arcade. Sounds like it'll be fun. What do I know? Am I some sort of law scientist? Your uncle got a DUI on his bike in Chicago. So I looked it up, and apparently you can only get DUIs in Illinois if you're on a motorized vehicle. So a standard like foot pedal bike shouldn't work. Unless your uncle was on like a electric bike, I don't think they should have been able to get a DUI. But maybe Chicago has different bylaws as well. And maybe I'm not a law scientist, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Wow. I feel like we've done many encounters today, but only get one shiny. The Triforce arcade system. Well, something like that would probably be so expensive. You can get a DUI even while walking? Pause. What? Chicago is a crazy city. What can I say? I imagine that like the official GameCube Triforce arcade cabinet would be so expensive. I was thinking more like, what is it called? What's the wood that IKEA always uses? It's not wood, but you know, what is that thing that IKEA uses for most of their tables and stuff? Something board. Don't know. Hey Siri, what's the wood that IKEA uses called?
Okay, I found this on the web for what's the wood that IKEA uses called. Check it out.
MDF, that's what it is. Yeah, I was thinking more like just a custom MDF arcade cabinet. Tops wants to build a custom pinball machine. And actually, we were thinking about this. Particle board, MDF, yeah. So there was a pinball machine. Let me know if you guys would watch this video. If you would click on this video, even if you don't know anything about it going into it, okay? There was a pinball machine at the Pokemon Center, New York. It was like Latios Latias themed. It was based off of Pokemon Ruby Sapphire pinball, but it was a real physical pinball machine. And the pinball machine itself was a reskin of the pinball game Gorgar. Tops and I found a used Gorgar pinball machine on Facebook Marketplace, and we were thinking that it would be really cool to recreate the original Pokemon pinball machine from the Pokemon Center, New York. Before you knew all of that, if the title was like reviving the original Pokemon pinball machine, would you watch it? We don't even need to reverse engineer it. It would just be realistically like taking the Gorgar pinball machine and trying to recreate the graphics as best we could based off of the images from the machine. 100% would click that. Tops and I have recently been wanting to get into pinball, like buying. I really want to buy a Pokemon pinball machine. But buying a Gorgar pinball machine and then redoing the graphics to match the pinball machine from the Pokemon Center New York would be cheaper. But not as cool, because unlike what David was saying earlier about finishing the Pokedex, we wouldn't be able to finish a Pokedex. So. To be fair, you'd click any Professor X video in your feed. That's fair. That's fair. There's a lot that need to be made. We need to make Shiny Hunting Car. We need to make getting the Family of 3 event Tandemaus. Need to make Shiny Hunting 50 games at once to get the most shinies ever found at one time. Need to make How I Got Shiny Chansey in the Fire Leaf Green Safari Zone. Need to get episode 1 and 2 of the Professor X's challenge done. Need to make the updated Pokemon Hoenn Safari Zone guide, including the Ultimate Gray Pokeblocks. Need to make next I want to make every glitch Pokemon in Pokemon Go over the last 10 years. I want to do my 10-year recap of Pokemon Go. I want to do my 10-year recap of Pokemon Go Fest. What else am I missing? I mean, at this point, since I'm never gonna work with Nintendo or Pokemon again, I'd probably like to do the racist Gengar storyline, because I have that whole script written. Top 10 rarest Pokemon in Generation 3. Top 10 coolest shiny hunts across the franchise. Top 10 rarest Pokemon in Pokemon Legends ZA Part 2 Updated Definitive Edition. Top 10 rarest Pokemon in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Oh my god. The what Gengar? Oh, the racist Gengar. The story of the racist Gengar. The Gengar that haunted a man until his death. Your mom's coworker owns the Pokemon or the Pokemon Stern machine you've been playing? Oh, I'm jealous. I think next week I'm probably going to try to go do some free play pinball on Tuesday. There's a it's not free play, but they have like an unlimited play day at the pinball arcade in Montreal, North Star Pinball, on Tuesdays. It's $10 and then you get unlimited play. Janon. Yeah, we went to a launch party for Pokemon Pinball. I brought as many friends as I could. I think there was how many people? There was about 25 people, and there was 5 of us at the event. So it was like a 1 in 5 chance to win. And we won 3 of like the raffle giveaways, but not the translate for the pinball machine. But here's a crazy story. So I have a Nintendo Switch kiosk that I got for free from my friend Shank Mods, who went to pick it up from a guy in Texas who posted them for free on the kiosk collecting Facebook group page. And when Shank got there, he was like, Rex, I can probably fit 2 of these in my car. Do you want me to grab 2? And I was like, you know what? If you're already there and you can fit 2 in your car, you might as well get 2. So we got 2. And then I brought both of them back on my way back from California because Air Canada canceled our flights and we had to drive all the way from California back to Toronto, and we stopped in Texas to pick up the kiosks from Shank Mods. And then when we set them up, I sold one of them for $400 on Facebook Marketplace, meaning that I was positive $400 and I had a Switch kiosk. I mean, overall, not a bad deal. Then I was in Montreal last month, or earlier this month. Late last month. I was in Montreal late last month, and up on Facebook Marketplace comes a translate for the Nintendo Switch kiosk. So that is like the little advert next to the Switch kiosk that says Nintendo Switch and has like a glowing sign with whatever Pokemon or whatever game is being advertised at the time. And it was for Pokemon Sword and Shield. Now, what you might not understand is that in Montreal, we speak French, because the French Canadians think that they're special and they speak French in Montreal. So the translate that came with this, or the ad that came with the translate, was a French advert for Pokemon Sword and Shield, which is extremely rare because you could only get those specific ads in Quebec. So I posted a picture of my translate on the Nintendo, or the kiosk and display collectors Facebook group, and people were like, whoa, this is so sick. And somebody messaged me and they said, hey, I would like to buy this. And I was like, okay, what's your offer? And he offered me 500 USD plus a trade. So he gave me 500 US dollars plus he would trade me one of his extra translates for my French Sword and Shield one. So I paid 400 Canadian dollars to get the translate. I traded it for the equivalent of about 800 Canadian dollars, meaning that I'm plus 400. So now, not only do I have a full Switch kiosk with a translate, but I'm also positive $800 for it. I didn't, like, what? Usually something like that would cost you $1,000, but the entire process of me getting a full, complete Nintendo Switch kiosk made me positive $800 before even, like, making AdSense on anything that I did. It's crazy. It was a very good adventure. I'm very happy that I have it now. The next step is Tops and I are going to be doing some shiny hunting on the Switch kiosk. I'm talking so fast. I'm so sorry. We're going to try to do shiny hunting on the Switch kiosk. I actually set up a program I need to iron out some of the kinks, but I set up a program where I can plug my capture card in to my computer and it monitors the audio coming out of the Nintendo Switch, and I made it so that it can identify Pokemon cries. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to set it up so that I can shiny hunt the Articuno in Pokemon Leaf Fire or Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee by the game just or like my capture card just monitoring for Articuno's cry when it spawns and then pausing the game. So we're going to shiny hunt for Articuno that way. I just thought it would be fun. The program took me a few hours. I kind of got to learn some new libraries for Python, so it was all worth it. Anyways, all that being said, it is now coming up on about 6 o'clock. I am probably... You couldn't release your game on Xbox in Canada because you didn't program a French translated version. You were baffled. Yeah, we have really strong language protection laws, Drew. Like, one of the reasons that the Google Home released in Canada so much later than a lot of other places was because it didn't have a French translation for the voice to text and stuff. It was like originally only English, so they could not release the Google Home or the Google Home Mini in Canada. All that being said, it is coming up on about 6 o'clock. I have plans to go and watch the end of Evangelion movie with a friend this evening. So I think this leaves us at a pretty good place to end it. There's many more stories for us to tell over the last month and a half. So I'm going to try to get back live before I head back to Montreal this weekend. Thank you all, each and every one of you, for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure being back on stream, just looking for differently colored Pokemon. Make sure that if you haven't already, you hit that follow button or you hit that subscribe button, get those notifications on, and we will catch you in the next one.